Alright, let's get the show on the road. I'm to finish this game off once and for all. Shut up, Zed! Also, hi. How are you doing? Don't tell me no. This needs to end. Hey, Zero. Okay. Oh, that is fine. Don't give me that again. You've seen the shirt. It is going fine. Finally done with the goddamn Monster Hunter side story in Arknight, so I can relax for the rest of the week. I don't have to pretend to be an old man yelling at shit anymore. Before you say anything, Zan, shut up. Shut the hell up. I know what I said. Don't you dare. Don't you goddamn dare. Okay. But anyway, how are you doing? Yeah, where's the timer? Shut up, Zan. So, that is the timer. That is the current timer of the game. Overall playtime. Let's get this on the road. Let's get this on the road.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
I have no idea how long all 4 of these are gonna be. And I wanna finish them. Oh boy. Alright. Teachers, what up? Early March, 1207 of the Septine calendar. After commanding the Viceland army in the war, the one-time head of Lamar's forces was set to remain principal of Thor's branch campus. To that end, she found herself poring over reams of paperwork. Oh joy, she probably liked that. There, I suppose it's about time for a break. I do like glasses, though. When I first took this position, I never thought I'd stick with it. But thinking about the changing landscape of the continent, there's great significance behind staying here. I never planned on going back to the provincial army anyway. I need to put my all into being the principal for Lady Mildine as well. Re-evaluating the structure of the Thor's main campus and the revival of club activities. Oh boy. The main campus is going to see major changes, and the branch campus is going to expand in scope. In addition to a reshuffling of the teacher staff, more hands will be brought on board, and the number of students will increase greatly. For now, it looks like I'll be in charge of the arts. I like the fact that she's in charge of the art students. She, the diesel one. The one that wields the great swords and all the weapons. I guess that's... the art of war is also an art. Oh, happy birthday, buddy. I hope you had a great day then. And if it's not gonna be celebrated today, at least on the weekend, if you're celebrating it. Or just hanging out with people. Instructor Mary and I will have to coordinate not just when it comes to classes, but clubs as well. If I remember correctly, she's currently back home taking some time off. Alright. Gonna hang out with people at any given point then? To celebrate a bit more? Nice. That's always good. I remember when she came to meet to talk about her romantic woes. It was at the farewell party that night before the Battle of Jormungandr, and I believed Wallace was there as well. Speak of the devil. It's time. It's me. What is it? I see. Understood. Well now, this should be fun. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. All the way back here. In her home. There you are, Mary. I'm sorry for asking you here during such a busy time of the school year. I even caused you to use up some of your valuable vacation time. That's perfectly alright. I managed to finish everything I needed to do. I'm thankful for the opportunity to take a break and come home for once. So what is it you wanted to speak with me about, Father? Well, you see, I'm happy that your career is going well. However, I suppose there's no sense in beating around the bush. What exactly is the status of your relationship with that man? Do you mean Makarov? Yes, him. That scruffy-looking commoner with no sense for the fine arts. I learned you two had been seeing each other for over a year, the night before the Great War started. It was still just a phone call, but I could tell from speaking with him that night that he's a strong-willed sort of man. He's even Professor Schmidt's second disciple. Oh god! Well, it was your birthday. I guess the old cleric can take a break for a day. Holy shit. That must have tasted amazing. After such a long time. Oh yeah. Sugar. Holy hell, man. I can't even imagine. However, what exactly has he done in the half year since? He still had to give you a formal proposal or buy you a ring. Yes, but I thought you accepted his explanation when we came to visit. You mean after the war? To be frank, Professor Schmidt still has yet to recognize any of the results I've produced thus far. Until it happens, I won't feel as though I've earned my keep as a professional researcher. Once I've accomplished that, then, and only then, will I be ready to settle down with Mary. So please, I ask that you remain patient for a little while longer. I just need a bit more time. His words were quite impactful, but they lacked convincing. To make matters worse, I haven't heard a single word from him since. Just what are these results he spoke of? Isn't he an instructor first and foremost like yourself? Oh yeah, I assure you he has his reasons. Even if you of all people find it hard to believe. Enough. I'd rather move on from discussing him. As I summon you here today to talk about something else entirely. You have a marriage interview coming soon, Mary. The fuck? Pardon? What in the world are you talking about? I respect the feelings you hold for that man. However, I can tell how unsatisfied his hesitancy has left you. You say he has his reasons, but not even you understand what results he's searching for, do you? No, not specifically. But he still has my support regardless. That may be, but I can't simply stand by and let you wallow in suspense like this. As for this interview, someone very respected was willing to arrange this meeting. It would reflect poorly on our house should you refuse to go through with it. Refuse to go through with it now. It's scheduled for tomorrow. I can expect you to be there, yes? It's all so sudden. You put me into a position where I can't refuse. Let me be clear, I'm not forcing you to marry this person. I simply want you to keep your options open. As they say, experience is everything in life. As for who the suitor is, I'll leave that as a surprise. His character is even higher than his social standing, I assure you. That is all. I suggest you get a good night's rest ahead of tomorrow. Father, we're not done talking. I said, that is all. Fine. Please excuse me. Uh-huh. Daydream, one step forward. That night, she ran away. The end. So that's what this is all about. It's my fault that it's come to this. Please don't blame yourself. I'll be fine. My father said he wasn't going to force anything on me, so he should still respect my decision. Really? Well, that's a relief at least. So does that mean you were at least a little concerned about losing me? Little? More like an absolute panic. Still, you wouldn't have to go through this if I were just a little more reliable. That's not how I see you at all. You're working as hard as you can. That's something to be admired. No, getting those results for the old man is just a matter of pride. It's not gonna be the man I ought to be until the job is done. They say I'm that stubborn old goat's second disciple, but I left the institute without presenting a capstone project. Just look at everything George and Tita have already accomplished at their ages. Compared to them, I'm pathetic. Makarov. So, would you happen to be at the branch campus's research building again today? Yeah, Einhell Keep is here, and that makes for the perfect testing ground. The main campus is no slouch, but this is sort of the professor's home turf. I suppose it would be. I take the details of your project are still confidential then? Yeah, sorry about that. It's all gotta stay under wraps until it's complete. I promise you'll be the first one to know once the old man's satisfied. And once that's done, I'll be paying your father another visit. You don't have to worry about that. My father may be impatient, but I'm in no rush. Take your time. It's getting late, so I should go. Please try not to push yourself too hard. I won't. I've only got one class tomorrow, so I was thinking of pulling an all-nighter. But just for you, I'll take it easy. Talk to you soon. Oh. He's neck-deep in his research as ever. Makarov tries to hide it, but I can tell how concerned he is about me. It would be selfish to ask for more than that. But just once I wish he'd say he was going to come rushing to my side. No, this only goes to show how much faith he has in me. I need to show the same faith in him. I have to politely turn down whatever suitor father has arranged for tomorrow. Oh boy. Well, judging by the picture of this one. And so the day of the arranged marriage meeting arrived. Much to everyone's surprise, the mediator for said event was none other than the ruler of Sutherland Province, Marquis High Arms. However, the arranged partner Mary was to meet came as an even greater surprise. Yup. Brigadier General Wallace? Oh, excuse me, you were recently promoted to Major General, as I recall. It's fine. I wouldn't expect you to call me by my rank anyway. I believe the last time we saw each other was the evening before the Great War. Yes, I believe so. It's good to see you again. But there hasn't been some sort of mistake, has there? Don't be so rude, Mary. Please forgive my daughter's behavior, your lordship, Major General. It's all right. Her surprise is understandable. Major General Barrios has quite the reputation in Sutherland, but he is hardly known as a ladies' man. He's been approached about potential partners for marriage before, but he's never accepted even once. It's as the Marquis says, this is my first time meeting with a partner for an arranged marriage. That's because I had never felt anything toward a potential suitress until now. Though I have only met Lady Mary once before, I became somewhat of a secret admirer of hers. Oh, you did? Okay. What sort of man would I be if I let an opportunity like that pass me by? I had to accept. You feel that way about me, your Lord Wallace? Well then, I'm happy that my daughter won the favor of a man such as yourself. Father, I recall speaking with Lord Wallace and Lady Aurelia about my romantic troubles the night of the party. He should know how I feel, so why is he doing this? Probably pushing the agenda. In that case, I imagine things should go quite smoothly. Yes, so it seems. For as a crowd, wouldn't you say? Why don't we give them some privacy? Take as long as you need you to. How's Alheim and House Barrios are among the most distinguished families in Sutherland. It was my pleasure to serve as mediator. I'll be expecting good news. I'll do what I can. So... The kid is still practicing the violin there. Sinnoh truly is a wonderful and charming city, don't you think? Before it was the chalk color it is today, it was the shining white beacon that served as the capital following the calamity of the Dark Ages. And once peace returned, it became the home of Erebonia's renaissance of the fine arts. Correct. It's said that Sutherland's warmer climate played a hand in sparking people's interests and desire for the arts. That's how House Alheim came to own several works of art from the era of the old capital. What about your house, Lord Wallace? Well, House Barrios planted its roots in Erebonia after the War of the Lions, so it has a lot of heirlooms from that era. Still, I've always been fonder of paintings and music personally. That's part of what draws me to you, as a teacher of the arts. You don't say. That's very flattering. How about I buy us some drinks? Then we can sit at one of the benches and chat some more. Well, alright. It's not quite the same as resting at a cafe, but it sounds delightful in its own way. Huh. I had never thought of it that way. It's just my own personal interpretation. That said, I didn't take you for the type to have such a deep knowledge of the arts. I'm truly impressed. Maybe so, but I could never compare to you. Your wisdom of the fields goes far beyond your years as an instructor. Please, you flatter me. I have to admit that I didn't expect to have such a lively conversation with you about the arts. Do you have conversations like this with Lady Aurelia often? Well, I'd be lying if I said we haven't had our share of meaningful conversations. No, we haven't had the time to talk together like this in some time. My apologies for bringing this up so suddenly, Lady Mary. But were you truly shocked when you realized I was the one here for you today? Yes, but you don't have to apologize. The way I responded back at the estate was unbecoming. I'm sorry for that. I believe I've fully gathered my thoughts on the situation now, and I better understand your true intentions. Do you now? I haven't forgotten the advice you gave me on matters of the heart during the send-off party before the war. If I had to guess, you're doing this to help my family retain its respect. You took this meeting knowing full well how it would end, didn't you? I'm, truly sorry for getting you involved in House Alhaim's internal matters. Not at all. I believe there's been a fundamental misunderstanding between us. There has? I spoke the truth when I said that I was quite fond of you. You think those weren't my true feelings? Pardon? I'm well aware of how you feel towards Makarov. Given that, it may be uncouth of me to confess my feelings to you now of all times. Though just the same as him, I'm at the age where it's time I start to seriously consider marriage. Even if there are obstacles in my way. It's only natural I give an earnest attempt to pursue someone who would be a good fit as my partner. And that someone is me? Yes, and it all started on the night of that party. I saw how wholeheartedly and loyally you cared for Makarov. Irrational as it may be, that drew me to you. So much so that I quietly grew to resent him for making you wait like you have. I couldn't help but think that I would never treat you that way. I'm aware that confessing these feelings now will only increase the burden that's weighing on you. But I couldn't simply give up. I'm a stubborn man who will let his pride get in the way. I'm so sorry, Lady Mary. I can only imagine how confusing this must be for you. Nevertheless, I want you to understand that my feelings are genuine. Is he serious? But if you still don't believe me, then there's somewhere I'd like to have you accompany me. Would you do the honor? Well, he's trying. He's really trying. You were referring to Shardine Boutique? But why here? Because there's something I'd like to get for you, if that's alright. Consider it a testament to your to just how sincere my feelings are. I don't know what to say to that. I can't possibly reciprocate even if your feelings are sincere. Makarov is the one I... Is this I'm well aware that what I'm doing is rather unrefined and possibly even unreasonable. All I ask is that you hear me out. I get the sense there's something about your and Makarov's relationship that is still in doubt. And that's because... he's not necessarily wrong. Father has picked up on that too. That's why he's been so concerned. The look on your face tells me you're aware of this as well. All the more reason I can't simply back down. What's this? I know a ring would be a bit too sudden, but I hope you can accept this. Wallace presented Mary with a stunning corsage. Is this a Marguerite corsage? That's right. In the language of flowers, the Marguerite means true love. It represents my feelings towards you. True love. I also ask that you consider social standing, as two people that both come from noble houses. I'm only the son of a baron, but I do have an accomplished military career under me. That seems to be enough to satisfy Count Alfheim. And as a man, I'm confident I can make you happy. Given the direction things have gone since the war, I suspect the next era will be a trying one for the nobility. Our house could support one another through it if we were together. I suppose that's true. It's alright, I'm not asking for an immediate answer. My only hope for today was for us to get to know each other better. I know how unreasonable it would be to expect an answer so soon. So I think we should end things here. I'll come for your answer tomorrow. I hope you'll think carefully about who the best partner for you really is. Well then, I'll take my leave for now. I'll be looking forward to good news. Oh. How did it come to this? What do I tell Makarov? The best partner for me? How do I truly feel? Cannot wait for Makarov to bust in. And so the following day. It sounds as though the two of you had quite the productive day yesterday. I understand you asked us here because there's something you want to say. What is it? Could it be that you've agreed to accept the Major General as a suitor? I'm ready for your answer if you are, Lady Mary. Very well. I spent all of last night giving serious consideration to my response. While I'm incredibly flattered and grateful for your feelings, Lord Wallace, I'm afraid I cannot return them. Are you certain? Oh dear. Might I ask why? It's rather simple. Because I am in love with Makarov. Are you really? Yes. Please forgive me for being rude, but you're sure that love is real? Of course I am. In that case, could I ask you to explain your feelings to us? I need to hear ample reason why I could never win your heart the way he has. Well, if I'm being honest, I don't know how to explain it myself. Would starting at how Makarov and I first met suffice? Go on. This is a good opportunity for me to learn as well. Please continue, Mary. I was still a naive, sheltered girl when I was first hired by Thors. I didn't know whether I was cut out for teaching. My first days were full of stumbles, and I felt as though I was always causing problems for my colleagues. Oh god, the old engine. I recall Makarov in particular being rather cold. I even considered him frightening. But as we interacted more and more, I came to know his true character. Yes, at first glance he can seem slovenly and come across as aloof. But the truth was he was watching over me more than anyone else. Makarov was giving me help and advice in his own nonchalant way. That isn't to say he was giving me special treatment, it was simply who he was. And as the days passed, I began to respect him for it without even realizing it. I even grew fond of the heartwarming relationship he holds with his niece, Mint. And then after the Civil War ended, my feelings became all too clear to me. It wasn't just respect I felt towards him. Oh. Isn't that something? But why him of all people? Father, does the 10-year age gap and difference in social standing bother you that much? I don't believe any of that matters when it comes to matters of the heart. Well...
I understand that I'm a sheltered woman, who lacks enough life experience to lecture anyone on the matters of the heart. But I believe in my heart that my love for Makarov is true, and I wish to make our love come true. And so, I must apologize. Perhaps it would be better if we forgot this arrangement was ever proposed.
So that's how it is. I see how deep your feelings for Makarov run now.
Then, does that mean you...
You feel that strongly about him, Mary?
How could any of us deny it after hearing all that?
I would urge you not to be so hasty, Lady Mary.
Oh, and the voice stuff is done. That voice, is it? Hey, I was wondering where you were. Please pardon my intrusion, Lord High Arms and Count Alhaim. I understand an arranged marriage is being discussed today. It was only right for me to drop what I was doing to come straight here. Whatever do you mean? Are you saying you are in favor of this arranged marriage, your ladyship? That I am. But why? I cannot deny that your feelings for Makarov are genuine, Lady Mary. However... Right, there's still the matter of how Makarov himself feels. I can recognize that you do indeed love him, but what if that love is unrequited? His tone is so much more serious than before. I assure you that isn't the case. I know he feels the same about me. If that's the case, why is that the two of you haven't been seeing each other much as of late? Did he not leave you behind and take his research to the branch campus's hangar? Yes, he has been in leaves. That's because there is an important project Makarov has no choice but to finish. You don't sound very sure of yourself, Lady Mary. Again, I cannot deny that the two of you share a genuine bond. But could the same not become true of yourself and Wallace? I've known this man since we were students, and never once has he let me down. He has always met my expectations and lent his support as a noble, a soldier, and a comrade. And if directed that loyalty to someone he loved, I have no doubt he would devote himself to them. He would never leave your side or keep you waiting. He will live up to your expectations and become a better partner to you than Makarov ever could. Something tells me you suspect that as well. My, even Count Le Guin recognizes what kind of man the Major General is. Mary, I understand how sincere your feelings are. All I want is for you to choose a partner who will prioritize your happiness above all else. This is my only wish as your father. I know, Father, but... I can't possibly change how I feel so easily. What can I say to them? Makarov,
Now hold your horses.
There he is. With mint?
If anybody's gonna be by Mary's side, it should be me.
Damn. Makarov? Looks like we made it just in the nick of time. What a shame. I was hoping to see what would happen if it took you longer. You can be a real bully sometimes, you know that? Oh. Ah, this is connected. Yeah, that makes sense. This is connected to the Soldat program he was part of. Yeah, that was under wraps for a long ass while. Well. It looks splendid. Is this the machine I've been hearing so much about? The new Soldat you've been developing with the aid of Schwarzer and the others. Is it finished? Yeah, I've got Professor Schmidt to acknowledge it as my capstone project. It'll still be a while before it's announced to the public, so keep this a secret. Well, now that it's done, there's nothing stopping me from standing by your side. I'm finally a man worthy of you. Oh, Makarov. Murphy, eh? A little ironic, wouldn't you say? Your project is what kept her waiting and led to your interrupting an arranged marriage proposal in the first place. I'm not going to make any excuses. What I do know is that I could never call myself a man again if I didn't stop what was happening. I know I half-assed some important things when it comes to a lot of things in life. I'm always shooting myself in the foot, be it with research or Mary. But she loves me for who I am. And better yet, she's the most devoted person I've ever met. And I'm not just talking about our relationship. Mary has everything I lack. She's the other half I've been missing. She's also the most beautiful and charming woman I've ever met.
Goodness,
And all of that scared me. I doubted myself. I may be older than her, but I'm hardly any more experienced when it comes to love and all that. Do I even deserve to be with her? More importantly, can I truly make her happy? When I heard about this suitor business, for a brief moment I thought it was for the best. I simply lack confidence in myself. Deep down I know that producing results with my research was only an excuse. But now I have what it takes to harden my resolve. I'm not going to decide to deceive Mary or myself anymore. I'm sorry, Major General, but I'm not letting you or anyone else have her. I don't care about our differences in social standing, how decorated you are, or if you're better suited for her than I am. Nothing's going to change how I feel about her.
Makarov, you tell him.
Well, when you put it like that, if you feel that strongly about Lady Mary, then I humbly concede. The look in your eyes tells me everything I need to know. I won't stand in your way. It was a very heartfelt speech. But are you sure this is what you want, Mary?
I am, Father. Oh my, that's all well and good, but I do believe that everyone gathered today to see a marriage be arranged. You wouldn't want to disappoint them. If you're so resolved, then why don't we make it official?
The fucking look. What? Agreed. I think that would be an entertaining way to close out the afternoon. What do you think, Lord High Arms and Count Alfheim? But of course. Yes, I suppose there's nothing else to do at this point.
You've got this, Uncle Makarov.
Do it, buddy. You two have been cooking since goddamn Cold Steel 1.
I'm not a perfect man. I'm still immature in a lot of ways, and I know I can be a handful at times. But I know there's nothing we can't beat, so long as we hold on to the love we have for one another.
Oh damn, he actually came prepared.
You're someone I need in my life, Mary. So, please, will you marry me?
Oh, Makarov. Of course I will. Nothing would make me happier.
Aww. And that's another character pairing wrapped up.
I really do appreciate your concern and help through all of this.
Sorry about all the fuss, your lordship.
No need to apologize. I'm grateful I had the chance to see something so wonderful today.
Don't mention it. Something tells me things would have worked out between you two even without the theatrics. Oh, and about the Marguerite corsage I gave you yesterday. Consider it an engagement gift from me to the both of you.
Lord Wallace, does it mean you planned for all of this from the beginning?
Sheesh, how am I supposed to top that? I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunity. The General sure did take me for a ride, though.
Whatever do you mean? Wallace was the one who requested my help. But after reflecting on it, I thought it would be more interesting to set him up with you. And I wouldn't mind arranging for it again, should Sir Makarov here fail to meet my expectations.
I'll pass on incurring that wrath, thanks. You really are something else, you know that?
pardon me if I'm being too presumptuous, Wallace, but perhaps it's time for you to take a step forward as well?
Yes! You idiot! You got me there. Hmm? Now don't be the dense one. Aurelia, do not be the dense one in all of this.
Oh, wanna tell us what's so funny?
Pipe down. Keep your nose out of other people's business for once.
Oh, come on. You two wouldn't have gotten together in the first place if it weren't for me. She's not wrong. I feel like I owe Mint a lot for pushing us together a few years ago.
Sure, but don't go encouraging her. That's a slippery slope. But I guess I owe it to you for coming with me today. It meant a lot.
That's more like it. You're very welcome. Jeez, how many times do I have to tell you to be more honest about your feelings?
Don't let it get to your head, kid. Regardless, today has been a joyous day, wouldn't you say? As long as you're here, could I interest you in joining us for dinner? We can begin the wedding planning over drinks. That sounds great. I'd be happy to.
Shall we be off then? People have a way of defying expectations, don't they? Lady Mary was certainly surprised, but I also didn't expect Sir Makarov to fight so valiantly.
I know what you mean. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from him.
Oh, from the sound of it, you were courting her with everything you had. I find it hard to believe it was all just a performance.
Who can say? Anyway, Lady Aurelia, if you have some spare time, would you care to cross blades with me?
After a practice duel, are you? It has been a while since we last did battle. Very well, on the condition that that it be on horseback.
Are you sure?
Why not? I'm feeling nostalgic for the duel we had during our academy days. It's a memory that I could never forget. My only regret is that there was no victor.
Do you really consider it a draw? It was the president of the riding club, and I was the president of the riding club, and you were a fresh-faced first year. You may as well have won.
Not at all. I've never been satisfied with that result.
I know when to admit defeat. We really do have a phenomenal first year on our hands. To the victor goes the spoils. Since you won, you can make one request of me as the club's president. What do you desire?
Oh, wow. Wow. Pigtails? Really? Really?
Alright.
I don't believe this is to be a true victory, though I will answer your question, even if it was a draw. My goal is to demonstrate the potential of this sword, and to do so I am to become the commander-in-chief of the world itself. Should Adios allow that to pass, then my wish is for you to support me as my right-hand man.
Ha! That day really takes me back. In retrospect, that was probably where it all began.
Why the smirk?
It's nothing, just thinking this is a good opportunity. I'll face you with everything I have so that this duel's outcome will be more to your liking.
William now. I should be the one telling you that.
I have no intention of losing here, Sir Wallace Bardius.
I can't remember the last time you were so formal to me. But enough talk. Prepare yourself, Aurelia Le Guin.
How long are you two gonna be cooking? Jesus Christ. One step forward, end. True Stormbell? Yum. Whew. 3 left.
Oh, updates. Oh, God. It's all about Sloke. Oh, that is sadly true. Old classmates Aurelia and Wallace spar against one another upon her request. It reminds her of their days as junior and senior in school, a time she remembers fondly. True feelings, Wallace puts on an act to serve as a go-between for Mary and Makarov, but even also gives him time to look into his own heart. You give me 6 years for a high five. Japan needs to learn the way of the hug. Oh no! Why? Mary age? Oh. Can I burn this page? With the completion of this capstone project under Professor Schmidt, Makarov voices his love to Mary while proposing to her. Marriage. After all the many obstacles the two have faced, Makarov proposes to Mary, and the answer she gives is just as he hoped. Can I burn his page?
Browsing interface.
Alright, Ash, what is this gonna be? Thor's open house. Oh, what the fuck? The fuck, Ash?
I've wiped my ass with rubber stuff.
That's a sentence.
Nice going, Ash. You just keep getting stronger.
Sure do. But those weaklings weren't putting that to the test.
Well, you were a big help all the same. I couldn't have wrapped everything up in a day without you. Still can't get over you volunteering to take out monsters, though. What brought that on?
I was in the area to visit my mom's grave anyway. Had to take the day off of school to do it, so figured I'd put the time to good use.
Oh, right.
Spare me the meaningful downcast stick. Just figured I'd better come let her know the war's over and everything. That's all. Couple that with getting to pretend I'm a bracer for a bit, and it wasn't a bad way to spend the day.
Oh, I think you could do a lot more than pretend if you wanted. Been wanting to recruit you at some point since you're such a natural. Suppose this is as good a time as any.
I do need to ask, how many people did you recruit, Tobo? You keep recruiting everybody. You're literally spreading the net everywhere and just hoping to hit someone.
Give it some thought, yeah? You've still got a year to decide what you want to do after graduating.
Like I said, I was just trying to make the most of my day.
This motherfucker is recruiting like half the continent. And I think he hit like 2 people, maybe. Oh god, this again.
Look at you, Mr. Community Service.
Cut the shit and just say what you want to say.
Oh, don't mind me.
Oh, does he still have a remnant of this in him?
I'm just laughing at the idea of you going straight after all you've done.
I never committed to being a bracer.
Of course you didn't. You're just looking for somewhere to run. When Zephyr invited you to join them, you should have accepted right then and there.
I still had things to take care of.
But not anymore, right? Now everything's all wrapped up with a pretty little bow. What a damn joke. In the end, your assassination attempt got hand-waved as a false report, and here you are, living a charmed student life. False report, my ass. It was regicide. Regicide! For you to get off scot-free, there really is no justice in this world.
Look, I know I have to atone for what I've done. And as long as you're inside of me, I know I don't belong with the others.
Boy, you got that right, Ash Carbide.
I feel bad doing this to Schwarzer and my classmates, but I'll be dropping out from the branch campus at the end of the month.
Oh. Oh. Also very interesting that still a remnant of that shit is still left in him. 2 days later. Oh god. The entire student body. Great. Another boring ass assembly is exactly what I was in the mood for as soon as I stepped back into leaves.
Apparently, Principal Le Guin has some kind of announcement. Oh, I wonder.
What? Got any ideas?
I believe your homeroom teachers should have informed you yesterday, but just in case any of you missed the memo. I'm pleased to announce the branch campus's very own open house, starting a week from today.
Excuse me?
As I'm sure most of you know, Thor's main campus hosts an annual festival. Under normal circumstances, we'll hold something similar, but being strapped for time in our inaugural year, we're trying something new. As a matter of fact, we weren't planning on any events this year, but then along came something that changed our minds. That would be you students. You've all grown considerably in the year since enrolling. There's still much for you to learn, but you're hardly the helpless little fledglings you once were at the start of the year. Indeed, thanks to your field exercises and combat experience, the branch campus has earned a reputation rivaling the main one. No longer does the school exist in its shadow, and we have you all to thank for that. Stand tall and be proud. Where enthusiasm was once anemic at best, we're now inundated with applications for the coming school year. I hope you're all excited. Soon you'll be upperclassmen to a new, fresh crop of students.
It'll no longer just be us on this campus. Who would have thought?
It sounds rather exciting. I can't wait to meet them all in person. As you may have surmised, there's open houses for the incoming class. During this time, the campus will be open to the public. You can expect many a prospective student to visit. Your job then is to demonstrate to those visitors precisely what the Thor's branch campus is all about. Consider it your first opportunity to learn what it means to be upperclassmen and to set the best example. Needless to say, please don't embarrass the school. Now then, time is of the essence. Get to work preparing for the event. And that is all. Dismissed.
Oh god. Random NPCs or actual future characters? I'm gonna go with random NPCs. The day off will be split into two sections, morning and afternoon. In the morning will be open classes. The structure will be slightly different from usual, but you don't need to do much in the way of prep. If anything, that's for us instructors to deal with. Here's hoping you manage to live up to the crowd's expectations, oh mighty Ashen Chevalier. Since we're having open classes though, we can't let our guards down either. Exactly. Friends and relatives might drop in to see you, so be prepared.
I'm starting to get nervous.
Anyway, starting today, I want all of you to use your time after school to prepare for the afternoon section. I spoke about it a little yesterday, but you guys are the main attraction of the afternoon's festivities. Every club is going to be holding an event and inviting guests to come and see them. That being said, you don't need to prepare special stalls or booths or anything. The whole point of this is that the clubs hold events that are closely tied to what they actually do on a day-to-day basis.
I see. That will allow us to prepare something in a short period of time. It's a perfect way of introducing the school to potential applicants and advertising our clubs. Two birds with one stone.
You guys can discuss things with your club mates to figure out what you want to do. There will be no class presentations this time around, so you should be able to focus your attention squarely on that. And that's about it. I'll let you know about the curriculum at a later date. That'll do it for today. Perfect timing too. Altina, if you would. Right. Stand. Bow. I'm gonna talk to Jessica and Louise. She's off. I also have to talk with everyone from the swimming club. I'll go look for Sydney. Alright, Ash, that leaves you with your duties as a member of the organization committee. What the hell are you talking about? Yo, Schwarzer, explain yourself. Oh, right, I totally forgot to mention it. Sorry, but I have a meeting with the other instructors. Ms. A, could you explain things to Ash for me? But of course. Thanks, I appreciate it. So, what's this Organi whatever committee? Well, you were absent yesterday, but we talked about it during homeroom. The primary job of the Open House Organization Committee is helping the various clubs in making sure things work as planned on event day. Each class has to choose one person for the job, you see? And after careful consideration, Class 7 picked you, Ash. What? The hell are you? It's mandatory. Each class has to pick someone. I get that, but why me? I ain't got time for this BS. You were out of luck the moment you were absent. Now then, I have to attend my meeting with the tea ceremony club. I think I speak for everyone when I say we all appreciate your dedication to this, Ash. Ta! Get wrecked. Are they for real? Get wrecked, buddy. Oh god. He's so angry. Damn it. Why am I stuck doing executive committee bullshit? Ain't like I'm sticking around this joint for much longer. What's the point? So about the open house, Ash. Yeah. I guess we have to put something together for it, don't we? Uh-huh. Do you have any ideas? What if we gave people a quiet space to read and serve them tea and snacks? That could be nice. Maybe. What do you think? I want to hear your opinion too. Yep. Ash, are you listening? Sure. You and Kurt seem to be getting along awfully well lately. It almost reminds me of one of Dorothy's books. Guess. Oh, he's paying attention now. Alright. Guess so. Uh-oh. Ash, wake up! What? Where's the fire? Damn! I'm sorry, it's just... You looked like you were deep in thought, and I was starting to worry. If you need someone to talk to, I'm always here to listen, okay? I know I probably can't do all that much for you, but still... You always help me so much. This time, I want to be the one to help you. Huh, what am I even doing? This isn't like me. Huh? What are you... No use getting so worked up about dumb bullshit. Is this the last thing I do here? If this is the last thing I do here, might as well make it count. You know, I think I'm gonna go all out. What? What do you mean? I mean, the open house. I'm on the executive committee for it. You're helping to run the event? I didn't know that. I didn't exactly volunteer for it. Let's just say it fell into my lap. Is that what's been bothering you, Ash? Sure, I guess you could say that. Something along those lines. Ash on the executive committee, huh? Huh, the more I think about it though, I'd say the role is a perfect fit for you, Ash. You're going to do great. I'll be rooting for you the whole time. It's just grunt work. Nothing to get that excited about. I'll get it taken care of. More importantly, we need to figure out what we're doing as the literature club. The way I see it, we can't half-ass things unless we go all out. All the other clubs are going to make us look bad.
That's true. Then what do you think we should do?
That's the mirror question, ain't it? What if we offer a recommendation service? People can come in and we'll suggest books based on their mood and tastes. We could use the library and everything.
Oh, that's a good idea. That sounds like the perfect thing for a group like ours.
But we can't stop there and call it good. It'd be lame if that's all we have. Maybe we should set aside time for a live reading.
That's a wonderful idea. Let's do it. But who's going to do the reading? And what are they going to read?
What do you mean, who's gonna read? You! Who else is there in this club?
Me? I can't read in front of so many strangers. At least come up with me. Come up with me, Ash.
Afterward, Ash, together with his fellow committee members, Leonora and Stark, spent the ensuing days toiling away on the open house. Eager to make the most of his limited time, he poured every ounce of his energy into making the event a big success. Oh god, Pablo. With his help, many of the school's clubs were able to prepare in time, despite the short deadline they faced. After a long week of preparations, it was at last time for the open house to commence. So, random ass NPCs or actual characters? Oh yes, random ass NPCs. That morning, public lectures in history, okay. Okay, that was a mixture in the back. Random civilians, the kids from the main campus. And just like that, a revolution took place in Calvert that led to a massive transformation of its political system. In order to forge better ongoing relationships with our neighboring nation, it's important to understand the democratic ideals that form the backdrop of... Not everyone can fit in. Okay, that one was... Okay, and Saint Estrella girls.
It's a real Ashen Chevalier. He's much more serious than I expected. How dashing. I'm so jealous of the students here. He's ridiculously popular.
Kinda feels like more people are here to see Instructor Reen than they are the class itself.
That good fellow sure is handsome too.
Oh boy.
I'm so glad I got to see him today. You're in no position to talk, Kurt.
Buddy, you should shut up. Public lecture art culture.
A lecture on the arts at a military academy? The idea is all well and good, but I've little doubt it's not but frivolity.
Come on, don't be like that. As people well educated in the fine arts, it's our duty to warmly watch over them. Oh god.
General Aurelia Le Guin, what's the Golden Rakshasa doing here? I heard she was the principal, but I didn't think she'd teach class directly. Let the lecture begin. First, to be clear, social standing and qualifications mean nothing when it comes to art. While some pieces require some measure of knowledge to understand, all interpretation is up to the person experiencing the art. I'm going to assume that everyone present understands that extreme basic concept. Am I correct?
Looking straight at these two. Let's check out another class.
Yes, good idea. Now. Today's classes are open to the public. I'd love for some of our esteemed guests to speak about the arts.
Principal Lagwin is not to be messed with. I feel for them, but they did this to themselves.
Get wrecked. Public lecture Panzer Soldat training. Oh boy. Man, a mock battle between students? Talk about a letdown. I was hoping I get to see the Golden Rakshasa and the Ashen Chevalier duking it out in person. No kidding, this whole thing's gonna be a waste of everyone's time. Heh. I gotta level with you, man. I was hoping I'd get to put Schwarzer's new plaything through its paces. You should have known better then. There's no way we can show something like that to the public. Yeah, I guess. Well, seeing as we've got an audience here, we might as well put on a good show. You game? Oh, you bet I am. Don't expect me to go easy on you, Ash. I'll be giving this fight everything I've got. Ready, set, fight! What the? These kids have got some skills. Serious skills. I'd swear they were enlisted soldiers. No kidding. I'd recruit them into our unit if I could. The heck kind of training are they getting here? Oh, I don't know. It's called a war that they participated in. They piloted those things for a good solid year. Class is finally over. I'm that tired. It's hard to ignore all of the eyes on you. Don't rest for too long. Our main jobs remain undone. Especially yours, Ash. And whose fault is that? I did my damnedest to help out, so you all better not waste my hard work. Roger that. We'd better get to our respective clubs. You'll be checking on each of them, right? Yeah, just make sure no shit suddenly hits the fan. It's annoying as hell, but I am already on board, so... Yeah, we get it. You're too cool for school, literally. Now, we're rooting for you, so go kick some butt, some open house butt. Just focus on your own club stuff. Wild filly. You could stand to be a little more honest. But then, he wouldn't be our Ash, now would he? Alright, guess I should get going. This is really it. The end. No regrets, right? Sure, buddy. Is it the end? Oh shit, I actually get to walk. Oh no. Oh.
First things first. Walking around a whole lot.
Oh god.
Can't believe how much I've gotten used to this big-ass building.
Okay, that's the library. Uh-oh. Huh? Oh god, this has been a while. The school building has been a while. Okay, people in here.
So, how are you feeling about this place? I like it a lot. Honestly, it's totally different from how I pictured a military academy. I feel like I could be comfortable here. You know what? I'm going to try and get in. I'm glad to hear that. But you do realize what you have to do to make that happen, right? Yeah. You're saying that getting in with my level of aptitude is gonna be difficult, right? But I'm really going to study from now on, okay? So I hope you stand by me, Mom.
Alright.
When anyone mentions military academies, the main Thor's campus is the first one to come to mind. I studied so I could get in here, but now that I'm here at the branch campus... But now that I'm at the branch campus, I find that this place is pretty great too. Not to mention that the Ashen Chevalier himself is an instructor here. When I get home, I'm gonna hit the books.
You do that, kid. Rooftop? Oh, Lord. What did you... Oh, my God. Game. What did you throw at me? What is this? Okay, let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria first. Holy boatload of NPCs. The cooking club. Huh. The dining room really does look like a bona fide restaurant.
3 additional orders of acerbic tomato omelette rice. Got it, coming right up. Order up, smooth mashed potatoes on deck. Running.
Whistle. I'm not gonna whistle into the mic, that's gonna blast someone's ears out. Well, this is what I call bustling. Well, these girls can cook well enough to rival any restaurant, so I'm not surprised. If I'm worried about anything, it's... Oh no. Here's your Freddy open house special. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's a lavish dish filled with all kinds of specialty ingredients. Please enjoy. How many bugs did you put in there? Too late. Hopefully they don't complain later. What is this? It's magnificent! It's stimulating and aromatic, rich on the palate, and with a refined aftertaste. Yes, this is the flavor I've sought for so many years. I'm pleased to hear you say so. That means it was worth hiking up those mountains for ingredients. I'm impressed. I must contact my foodie friends. Looks like they got some cuckoo customers too. His food seems like a hit, so I guess it's fine. Okay, it's less NPCs than there were in the cutscene. Oh my god. Oh god, mint.
I'm full. That was a whole lot of food. But there are so many other items on the menu I want to try out. Now, hold it together, Mint. You'll get a horrid stomach. But maybe I can order just one more thing. I mean, I'd be contributing to their sales, right? Alright, I've decided. Let's keep this food train rolling.
Oh god.
Delish. As good as any restaurant, maybe even better. I'm honestly stunned. When I heard about this open house, I pictured more of a stuffy sort of event. But it's turned out to be one heck of a good time. Huh, I'm glad I came.
Oh god. This flavor? I'm almost at a loss for words. This Academy's student restaurant easily surpasses the dining hall at the military base. If I could eat food this good every day, I'd have a lot more motivation to work. If possible, I'd love to leave the cooking of these girls. Leave? Learn? Is that a typo? I'd love to learn the cooking. Oh, never mind. I'd love to leave the cooking to these girls starting tomorrow, even. I was misreading that. This soup is something else. The balance between the spicy, sour, and bitter flavors is sublime. Do you use specialty ingredients for this as well? You have keen senses, my friend. I use the extract of a certain botanical monster to offset the richness of the stock. Ah, I see. That's how you were able to craft such a complex flavor. It surely is a dish overflowing with hitherto unknown discoveries. Okay, weirdo, you have fun with that. You can have fun eating bugs. I'm so happy I'm bumped into someone who knows what's what. At this rate, I might be able to serve something even more extreme. Freddy, no. Freddy, stop.
Someone stop him.
We're still doing okay on potatoes, but we're starting to run low on tomatoes. We could use our fresh stock of drinks too.
Did I hear you say you're running out of grub?
Yeah, we brought in a lot of customers than we originally expected to. That's not a bad thing though. Becky agreed to supply us with whatever we needed. So all I have to do is give her a call and we'll be set.
Oh, nice. Way to stay on top of things.
Naturally. Thanks for checking in, Ash. I promise we'll be fine.
There.
All we have to do is simmer, and it'll be good to go. While we wait on the next, we can prep the next.
Looks like things are real busy over here.
I guess they are, huh? If anything, I'm just relieved we have so many customers. This is all thanks to you helping with the taste testing.
I only help because I got to eat for free. Anyway, good luck. Alright. Wait, is anybody up there? Someone's up here. Oh. Oh, Gina.
I left the dining hall in the... Oh, yeah, right. I left the dining hall in the hands of the kids from the cooking club for today. I can't help but be a little worried though, so here I am. I figured that if things got too overwhelming for them, I could step in and help. But it looks like I was concerned over nothing.
Alright. Where's this one leading again? Alright, this leads back to where I actually entered from. Okay, what's going on at the clubhouses? Oh, good lord. Oh my god. Why? What? Okay, it's not accessible. I was like, why would I be
Look at Kurt, he just keeps winning and winning. Like total domination. I wanna walk straight up to him and wish him congratulations for getting so far. I think I'm gonna do that. Hold it, you. We can't get in his way. What if we mess up his winning streak? We all agreed to only watch him from afar.
Oh god, he has a fan club.
She's right. I couldn't live with myself if one of us broke his concentration during a big match.
Alright. Oh my god. Okay. Well, let's walk in here. Okay. What was the chess club's deal again? Right, an amateur chess tournament with open registration. Let's see how that's going. Checkmate. So much for getting my revenge. I thought I was doing well until I wasn't. You're as tough as ever, Kurt.
Don't sell yourself short. Your extremely aggressive play during the midpoint was genuinely harrowing to confront. If Machias hadn't tutored me recently, I don't know if I would have escaped that.
Looks like our man is on a roll. Attaboy.
And that's checkmate.
I lost again. I've been in the chess club for a while, for a whole year, and this is the best I could do. I feel like such a loser.
Don't. I'm honestly shocked how much you've improved in such a short span of time. I didn't think you would put up remotely this much of a fight, and yet you did. It's like night and day compared to when we previously played against one another.
Really? You mean it?
Kurt said the same thing, but I thought he was just being nice.
Well, in that case, maybe after this tournament is over, you and I could play some more together.
Sure, I guess, but only for a little while.
Yes, thank you. This is the best day of my life.
Does that count as a date for him? Finally?
Well, looks like Sydney's got some game after all. Gotta admit, he's pretty capable as long as he doesn't get ahead of himself. Well, everything looks good here. On to the next stop. Alright. There's this guy. Random dude. I've participated in more amateur chess tournaments than I can count, placing high on number of occasions. When I heard there would be a student run one here, I thought I'd be able to sweep in with hardly any effort whatsoever. And to my surprise, all of the students here have made for surprisingly tough advanced opponents. It's hard not to feel excited facing some proper competition. Ever since I lost to Kurt last time, I've been practicing and practicing, but I guess he's still out of my league. Just you wait though. Next school year, the chess club is going to reopen over at the main campus. When that happens, I'll definitely enroll and participate like I've never participated before to show him what for. Looks like Ada is moving up the bracket while Fritz is out of the tournament. This tournament's attracted some really tough players. I lost early on. I was hoping to advance too, but I guess that's not in the cards today. Pieces? Fritz pushed me to my limit, but I still managed to seize victory. Nevertheless, I wasn't expecting so many talented entrants to our tournament. I'm unsure of how far I'll advance, but I'd be remiss not to give it my best effort as one of the organizers. Oh god, he's celebrating. Man, I can't believe I got her to say yes to hanging out after the tournament. I've got to be honest. I've got to be honest to goodness magic. I've got the honest to goddess magic touch. Alright, that's a sentence. Then after that, maybe we can go for a walk or something. I mean, it's practically a date we've got lined up at this point, right? If I didn't know better, I wouldn't think you just got your ass kicked. Yet here you are on top of the world. That's just how he rolls. This open house you've put on is pretty nice, I must say. The main campus decides not to have a festival this year due to ongoing reorganization. In that sense, I'm a little envious you all got to have something. Man, how could I lose in the very first round? I thought I had an easy win going up against that branch campus sleazeball. Just goes to show you can never really judge a book by its cover. I'll have to be careful not to underestimate opponents from now on. Oh, the major? Maya is growing up to be such a beautiful young woman. Not to mention she's a dead ringer for her mom in her younger years wearing that kimono. Maya, you make this old man so proud. That's her dad, if I'm not mistaken. I think he re-enlisted with the Imperial Army. I'm guessing he's not ready to meet her face to face yet. I know the two of them have a lot of baggage. Oh, yep. At least they're working it out. Oh. Oh my god, Rex is here. Oh no. Here's the tea ceremony club. Looks like they're running a tea room and a hands-on event. Hold on. What the hell is a skirt-chasing cameraman like you doing here, pal? Oh, hey. You're one of Reen's students. How's the open house treating you, man? Enjoying it? Enjoying it? Buddy, I'm running this joint. You didn't answer my question. What's got you all excited here? We had a guest who wanted photos of the hands-on portion to keep as souvenirs, you see. As it just so happens, Rex was here in the room and kindly volunteered to take the photos for us. Ever since then, he stuck around as our go-to photographer. It's a lovely little arrangement if I do say so myself. Yeah, turns out a lot of people want to pose with the club members in their fancy kimonos. Not that I'm complaining. I got to snap tons of pictures of not just Muse and Maya, but whatever other hotties drop by. Interestingly enough, it's the girls who ask for my services more than the guys. Kyrie over there's the most popular request. Real talk? I'm more than a little jealous of the guy. They keep fawning over how cute he looks and everything. Why can't that be me? 'Cause you're a sleazeball? Speak for yourself. I have mixed feelings about being called cute day in and day out. Doesn't sound like such a raw deal to me. You're still making your customers happy. What more could you ask for?
It's true. You've got a good point. Real men of Erebonia often offer nothing less than perfect hospitality to their guests. If being cute is what it takes, so be it.
Well, he's embracing it at least. In a way. Oh god.
Between the exciting decor, beautiful clothes, and pleasing tea that's both bitter and rich, this club has put together a lovely exhibition. I'd love to see more as Eastern tea houses pop up in Erebonia. I totally visit them.
Kyrie?
The girls who stop by all keep demanding to take pictures with me. I feel like I'm just some kind of mascot for the club or something. And I practiced so much for today to try and show how manly I can be too. So much for that. Awareness of tea ceremony culture as an Eastern custom unfortunately remains low within Erebonia. With any luck, this open house will be a good opportunity to introduce lots of people to its unique charms as an art form. It'd be nice if our exhibition helped the club to attract some new members too. Probably best not to get too greedy here though, one step at a time. We also have quite a few visitors joining us from Saint Astrea today. Hardly surprising, I know firsthand how curious the Astraean girls are with Thor's student's body. They all seem to be enjoying themselves at the open house as well.
What a haul! I got so many great shots of all those babes. Lucky timing too. You probably wouldn't have refused any other time. Volunteering to cover the open house was the best decision of my life. Of course it was. Of course it was, Rex.
The kimonos those tea ceremony members are wearing look so gorgeous. I'd love to try one one on if the chance ever presents itself. Eastern tea has a certain bitterness to it, but it still tastes good. I like it. Drinking it really suits the soul, I feel.
Alright. Any more idiots? Nope, downstairs we go. Only outside, huh? Oh, this is in the shop. Oh god. Oh my god.
Regular customers are coming in to help sale.
Oh. Into help sail all the visitors. What? Goddamn. Becky and her goddamn accent.
We're really raking in today. Thanks a bunch, open house.
You know, I can't help but be reminded of our school festival back at the main campus.
I was thinking the same thing. We both had our own little storefronts and competed to see who could make the most dough, yeah? Dough, yeah?
That's right. It's almost a shame that we're working together this time around.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with cooperating now and then. It'd get boring, have to kick your sorry butt all the time.
That's my line. So when are you two gonna get married? I've been cooperating with Becky and the network she put together. The profit margins aren't the highest, but I'll live. Obsession over profits came back to bite me before the war. Don't take that to mean content with throwing Mira down the drain though. Class & Co. is simply in a transitional period right now. It's only a matter of time before we're back on top.
My network's gotten as big as it can for now, as much as I like to move on to what's next. I'll be needing
some Becky, the fuck are you saying?
I'll be need some fresh blood around here.
I think it's about time I got to recruiting. Becky, the fuck are you saying? I need a dictionary. Okay, main building has a lot of stuff, apparently. Well, I say a lot of stuff, it's mostly in... Probably... downstairs, yep. A green star?
Huh? Who put that box out?
Huh? When did this come together? I'm not crazy about the fact that I'm on the organization committee and didn't know about this, but please vote for the one you support. A ballot box, eh? Did Leonora or Stark set this up? So they want to decide which club had the best showing, huh? How dumb. But I'll take a look later. Who? Huh. Oh god. Both are here? Hey, Linda. Baby, what are you doing here? Covering the open house, obviously. Hey, wanna swap places for old time's sake? I do know CPR after all. But not happening. You just said you were here for work. At least try to act professional. It's fine. Rex is here too. He's got it covered. Though all of our photos will be of the girls if I don't keep an eye on him. You two haven't changed at all. I swear, I turned my back on Linda for 1 minute and she's even more drop dead gorgeous. Maybe it's a sign that things are coming along with Gaius. Sure hope it is. I'm gonna have to get to the bottom of this. It's my sisterly duty. Please leave her alone a bit as well. Sorry, things are so hectic right now. I'm set to retire to Saint Ursula next year, but for now I'm still working as the nurse over here. If you see anyone looking unwell out there, make sure to bring them to me so that I can look after them. Sure. What's going on over here? There's like a bazillion books as well to interact with. Oh god, I see Monk over there. Ash, thanks for keeping tabs on all of the clubs. Psh, I was just worried about whether or not you could handle things alone. But it looks like you're doing fine. Yeah, I was nervous talking to the guys, but I'm managing. I got to chat with the female guests about all kinds of books. Oh god, no. I even managed to turn a few new people onto Dorothy's novel. Oh god, no. Cool. Whatever floats your love boat. Plus, the book recommendation corner is surprisingly popular. The books here are all property of the school, so I can't loan them out, but Becky made sure that if there are any books people like, they can buy them immediately. I'm really grateful for her hard work. But she was pleased as punch that she can profit off the open house. Well, either way, it looks like things are fine here. Yep, I know you'll do great with your job as a committee member, Ash. I'll be your personal little cheering squad, so go and get them. Man, just worry about yourself. You still have your live reading to do, right? Oh yeah. I better go to the club room to prepare. When the time comes, I'll be waiting there. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Also... Okay, they literally copy-pasted everything from it. I'm gonna guess it's gonna literally be just all the books that were already here. Actually, yeah, it's all the old books. Okay. Huh? The light and shadow of the Intercontinental Railroad, and the dawn of airships and the distribution revolution. I'm interested in those books. They both serve as great sources. Once I get back to the Empire, I'll put in a request to my bookstore to get my own copies. Huh. Ah, so you would be Ash from the new Class 7, I presume. A pleasure to see you. Likewise, I guess. You're the sister over at the church in town, yeah? Last I checked, she went to school with Schwarzer and now works as a squire with the Gralsritter. I'm guessing you're babysitting the kids again, huh? That I am. Today's open house sounded like a fun diversion, so I decided to bring them here as a change of pace. This is my last opportunity to spend time with these children after all. Oh yeah? That means you're moving on from Leaves? Yes, my duties in this region have come to an end, essentially. Gotcha. I imagine you guys constantly have your hands full in one way or another. Those runs sure do seem fond of you, though. But I come back to visit every now and again so they don't get too bummed out. Oh, of course. I absolutely want to visit whenever the opportunity presents itself. The nice librarian lady recommended a picture book to me. I'm gonna have Miss Rosine read it to me later. Where'd the boys go? They already ran off somewhere together. Just ignore them and let's have our own fun. Will they be okay? No worries. If they get lost, someone from the branch campus will find them. It'll be fine. The collection of books here isn't as vast as the library at the main campus, but it does have a wide variety of high-quality books spanning everything from academic texts all the way to fiction. I love to just lock myself in here for a few days and read to my heart's content. Bookworm? Oh. I told the young lady at the literature club about my taste in novels, and she gave me a recommendation. And my word, this book cuts right to my heart. I was truly surprised. The author's name is Dorothy. She's a genius. Oh god. Tatiana, what kind of low bro smut are you trying to shove down people's throats? The raunchiest of smut novels. I'm nervous about the recital. Why? Didn't you do all the announcements on the Derflinger? Reading a book out loud should be hella easy for you at this point. Talking into a microphone and speaking to a huge audience right in front of you are completely different. Plus, I was talking to our friends on the Derflinger. Look, just assume nobody's expecting much from you and try to unclench. You'll be fine. That's kinda sad in and of itself. But you're right, that's enough complaining out of me. You just focus on doing your job, okay, Ash? Will do. Good luck out there. Oh, good lord, Monk. Your voice is killing me. Open house at the branch campus, huh? All eyes are on this place. After the Great War, Radio Trista moved back to the main office. The second studio in Leaves is turning into an important location for us. I'm personally working on a large-scale special broadcast about the branch campus. The open classes in the morning were great, but the club events in the afternoon were something else. As a Thor's graduate, I plan on covering all of this in spectacular fashion. Good lord. Sadly, that is his voice, apparently, if I remember correctly. Oh, Cedric. Alright. So, this is the Thor's branch campus, eh? Some fine architecture they've got there. Here, there was a There was a point when I figured this was where they shipped out the main campus rejects, but boy have I changed my tune. You couldn't ask for a better reputation. We'll have to think about sending our grandchild here when the time comes.
I can't believe I overslept. I completely missed the morning lectures. I was hoping to catch a glimpse of the Ashen Chevalier in person. Why didn't anyone wake me up? How could they abandon me? We all promised to come to the open house together. We had a pact.
Oh, Frankie, right. Celestine, you came.
Indeed, I have. Though I only served here but for a few months before the war, I simply had to come when I caught wind of this event. Lord Patrick graciously granted me free time, and here I am.
That's great. I'm glad you came. You could make it.
I was talking to Master Reen and Lady Toa earlier. They had much to say about you, Frankie. It would seem you carried on your custodial duties here quite admirably since I left. And I hear you now manage the dormitories as well. That's quite the impressive promotion. Thanks, Celestine. I still fall 100 salage short of you when it comes to the workload I can handle, though. Ah, that's just as well. I'd fear for my own job if you were to follow in my stead too quickly. That being said, are you still looking to be a receptionist with the Bracer Guild?
Absolutely. That's still the dream, but...
Honestly, I get a lot of fulfillment out of this work as it is. I know the guild's short-handed right now, so it's not like there's any shortage of opportunities. But with more students in tow, I feel like I should stay put for now and grow. That's what I've been thinking anyway.
Is that so?
Though I've only been away a short while, I must say, Frankie, you have grown indeed. When you feel ready to apply for the guild, please, by all means, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I have a fair few ladies...
ladies?
have a fair few leads into the organization. It would be my honor if I could personally recommend you when the time comes.
I don't know what to say. Thank you. Well, good job, Frankie. That way. Oh, it's the kids that disappeared. No, don't go that way. Cool, let's roll.
I don't know if we should go that way. I don't see any club activities.
Who cares? Exploring the campus is way more fun than some dumb old club stuff. This is farther than I made last time. Don't you want to see what's farther down?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Exactly, now. What are we waiting for? Let's... Hold it right there, you little brats.
Ash, what are you doing here?
This past the limits. Go screw around somewhere else.
Can't believe a punk like you was telling us to behave.
What was that?
Nothing, ignore him. Come on, Zack. Let's get out of here.
Fine, if we have to. Okay. And yes, you do have to. Oh my god! What am I looking at? Oh, too many dots.
This campus is humongous. I could see myself easily getting lost here if I'm not careful. Thankfully, the Ashen Chevalier was kind enough to guide me to my destination, so losing my way shouldn't be a problem after all. How lucky I am to have him as my tour guide, of all people.
Very lucky indeed, apparently. Is that? Oh, it is, yeah, right. Oh god, no.
This is it, the branch campus open house. Oh, everything looks so lovely. I can't believe I have another opportunity to meet him. Oh, am I lucky?
Oh god.
Now that I've scouted out the school, all that's left is to head over to the clubhouse and... What's this funny feeling in my chest? Oh, be still my beating heart.
Huh, guess she's here to see someone. No idea who, though. Well, whatever. She seems to know where she's going. You do your thing, girlie. Someone go and warn Kurt. So this is where she goes to school these days. Seems like a real lively place. Hey, I know you. You and Leonora used to work together, didn't you? Oh, you're one of the guys from the new class 7. Hey, thank you all for looking out for her. Officially, I'm here to escort Hugo as he goes about his business, first and foremost. But the reason I volunteered was really so I could see how Leonora's holding up. Sounds like she's been keeping plenty busy, working on the executive committee for this event and all. Seeing her all relaxed and settled in here really puts my mind at ease. Leave it to the Golden Rakshasa to head a school whose students and facilities can compete with those of the main campus. No kidding. The skill and experience of those pilots in the Panzer Solid scrimmage this morning blew me away. The students in the athletics clubs are no slouches either. Gotta wonder what they're feeding these kids. Maybe they're cracked the code with some special secret training regime or something? Hey, consider me intrigued. Oh, would you like to know? Okay, trigger the tennis match. Ah, Yuna's family's here. Alright, tennis club. Looks like they're putting on an exhibition match and a tennis lesson. Attention everyone, the tennis club is holding public exhibition matches. Tennis is a fun sport and a fine way to stay fit and healthy. Anyone who's interested in is welcome to come and give it a try. Those who'd like to sign up for a demonstration, please come and see me. Looks like they've attracted a decent crowd. Even the Wild Phillies family came to spectate. Huh? Oh god, no. 2 sleazebags. Of course. Huh. Fine is underselling it. These chicks are downright smoking. Just look at them running around, showing off some leg. Did we hit the jackpot or what? Every one of these girls is a 10. We ought to sign up for a little demonstration. Sounds like a good way to get some hands-on time, if you know what I mean. I'm down. Ain't like there's anything else going on at this snooze fest. That's for damn sure. Great. We've got a couple of creepers on our hands. Any other day, I'd kick their asses and be done with it, but I've got to take a more delicate approach here. Hey there, you two. That uniform. You must be a student here. Shit, don't tell me you overheard us. What's your problem, chump? We ain't done nothing wrong. Relax, guys. I'm not here to start any beef. I mean, come on. Do I look like some preppy hall monitor snitch to you? Give me a break. You got a point? You don't exactly look like an honor student. Yeah, if anything, you look like a bad influence. Takes one to know one, jackass. Look, I get it, okay? That's why I came to give you a warning, as a matter of courtesy. A warning? Well, what? Take a look around. You didn't forget where we are, did you? The Thor's Military Academy branch campus, huh? But who cares? We're only here to kill time and catch some eye candy. Let that first part sink in. You're at a freaking military academy. Those aren't ordinary schoolgirls you're oogling, my dudes. They're training to be professional soldiers. The war kind, you know? If push comes to sexual harassment, they can make a weapon out of a damn near anything within reach. You saw them smacking around that tennis ball. Thing flew like a damn bullet. Now imagine you got on their bad side, and one of them went slice serve on you with a racket. How do you think that would pan out? Look, I don't know. Their skulls are gonna get smashed, that's what. And it won't be a tiny fracture either. I'm talking complete corneal crushing dust. For real? Oh, that'll be the least of your troubles. I can tell you that right now. How's it getting any worse than that? A lot of rich girls here from families with ties to people you really don't want to get on the bad side of. If word gets out that their dear daughters are in any sort of trouble, they'll be hell to pay. The kind of hell I'd really rather not even think about. Like, damn. Oh my god, the guy on the left, his neck. That is not a human being. Holy hell, dude. What are you, a blanket? Think it from me. It sucks being here. It's suffocating. Got eyes on you wherever you go. I can't catch a break. He took himself out. He offed himself. He Jesus Christ. I mean, if you fellas want to try your luck, be my guest. You're way braver than I am. I'll be rooting for you. At a distance. Quietly. If you're lucky, you might walk away with a few bones intact. Might be worth a shot. Only one way to find out, yeah? You know what? I think we're good. Ain't like, we're that desperate for some action, right, dude? Yeah, I think we better go. Cool, let's beat it. Well, that was very nicely done. Took them long enough. What a complete waste of my time. Maybe I should have just pulled them aside and beaten the crap out of them. Saved us all the trouble. Man, I really have gotten soft since coming here. This sucks. Okay, it's less dots than it was before. Thank fuck. I know we all came to the open house to check out the boys, but yeah, aren't those girls here so cool? I feel like something inside me I never knew was there is starting to awaken. Man, the girls from the Saint Astrea girls only school are a different kind of beast. This was originally supposed to be a casual tennis demonstration, but then I got completely absorbed in my match with Yuna. But it's fine. It made for a much better club promotion. How am I supposed to relax when my family's watching me? I can hear Ken and Nana cheering me on from here. How are they so loud? Am I that loud? Well, time to put on the big sister cap. I don't want to disappoint them. Huh? Okay, that felt weird. Was that supposed to be his text or her text? Is that his portrait? I think there was a mix-up there. The returns that blue-haired girl dished out had such splendid curves. The angle, the speed, even the wind and the sun's rays came together to give them this marvelous sense of harmony. Truly miraculous. It always goes to show how beautiful and refined of a sport tennis is, truly. Sure. Okay, pingheads. Oh god. Kick some butt, Yuna! Go, Yuna! Are they gonna do it again? Yes. Good. Mom? Unfortunately, I couldn't make it here in time for the public lectures in the morning. But I could tell Yuna's working hard and doing well here, which is what counts. I'll be sure to give my husband the good news when I get back. Nice. Thanks to Yuna and Jessica's exciting match earlier, the hands-on area is a big hit with visitors. Nothing wrong with a little hustle and bustle, but can your girls handle so many people? I think so. We've got spare rackets lying around that we can use. It'd be nice if we had more than one court, but we're just doing basic rallies, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Want to give it a shot, Ash? You're more than welcome to. No can do. I've got too much work around the festival to slack off here. Still, if the girls have trouble keeping up, let me know, and I'll see what I can do to help.
Sure thing. Thanks, Ash. So that's what tennis is like. It's so cool. I bet it's a ton of fun to play. You need friends to play with for a match, that is true. But the girl with glasses said you can participate by yourself by bouncing a ball against the wall. You know, I think that might be just the thing to push me into giving it a shot. Wish me luck.
Alright. Can I enter this building? Oh, I can. Oh, the professor is up there. He's just here by his lonesome. What are you doing, you goofball? Am I mistaken, or is the racket outside even louder than usual? Oh shit, the entire campus is swamped with people visiting for the open house. What a bunch of nonsense. Though I do recall being asked to give a lecture for the event, which I promptly refuse, and by that, I have far better things to be doing. All I ask is that none of those interlopers step a single reggae inside this building. The last thing I need is simpletons interfering with my research. Alright, buddy, you do you. Okay, final building. Alright, our platform. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, they're giving a concert. The Modern Music Club. A performance that'll linger in your hearts forever. Oh god, no! Shut up! No, it's not clever. Well, I'm just gonna assume they actually got permission to perform here. Still, not bad, guys.
Thanks, everyone. You've been our little trio's biggest audience yet. Thanks for sharing your energy with us and helping us put on our best show ever.
I've been rocking the house down today. But the fun isn't over just yet.
This next song will be our last. Let's get wild. She's usually so stoic, but look at her now.
You mean Valerie? Yeah, you can actually hold a conversation with her these days.
Says the pot about the kettle.
Not my fault if folks can hang.
That's sure what makes you special.
Come again?
Anyway, looks like the show's wrapping up. Things are gonna get messy when people try to leave. Care to help me play usher?
If it ain't one pain in the ass job, it's another. Fine.
Our next performance is in 1 hour. Come and check us out.
We've still got plenty of songs you haven't heard yet, so don't sleep on our next show. And we're gonna make the next performance even better than this one. You can count on that. The crowd was raving. Suppose I can spare a crumb of validation for those dorks today.
Hey Ash, doing the rounds? Is Tatiana gonna be okay handling the literature club on her own?
Sure, the only thing we do that requires more than one person is recitals. So, other than that, she should be able to hold down the fort solo. Girl's usually a walking ball of nerves, but when shit's gotta get done, she always rises to the challenge.
Aw, you really seem to trust her. You should tell her what you just told me. I think you'd make her really happy.
Like hell I could say that to her face. And my job to make her happy anyway.
Man, you can be such a headache.
The Modern Music Club's performance was nuts. I was planning on joining the wind orchestra next year, but Maybe I should start my own modern music club at the main campus instead. That was an original song? There's no way they're seriously rookies. Her voice, the way the guys wailed on those instruments, was also powerful. I don't even care that it was rough around the edges. Never in my life have I heard music that stirred my soul like this. I could totally see them going pro. So this is rock, huh? Talk about music with an impact. I was vibing, man. What? Why in caps? Well, he was vibing apparently. Oh god, no, Pablo. Oh, this is rockin'. I finally had our concert debut, and on the Dareflinger of all places. I'm on Cloud 9, laddie! Cloud 9! The last accent is written into your text, the better. I was honestly gobsmacked when we were allowed to perform with Ark and Seal a little while back. But today I'm feeling a different emotion. Huh, of course you are. You punks were the stars of the show today. That we were. I was nervous, but even more than that, I was busting at the seams to jam out. And that's why I think I performed even better than usual. Whenever I sing and strum on my guitar, I tend to lose myself in the thrill of performing. Inevitably, as soon as I come back down to earth, I'm mortified. No point in getting all in your head like that. Hell, how many times have people seen you guys perform at this point? Enough that it shouldn't bother me, huh? Okay, I guess that's everything, and just return to... Just return to the main building? Oh, pool. Alrighty, the swim team. We got swimming lessons from Stark and Wayne's muscle training seminar. Those are great places to start, but there is no better teacher than hands-on experience. What say we all get our feet wet? It makes sense, but I am not much of a swimmer. I'm a little scared. No need to worry. We have kickboards for those who require them. Feel free to borrow one if you feel the need. Oh my! Just look at her. Have you ever seen anyone so cute? Right? And she's so short. It's like she's a living doll or something. Aw. Well, aren't you sweet? But what are you doing, lending a hand out here, Say, you think she might be his little sister? Oh, what if she is? Maybe she's here to help her brother. Good for her, I say. That look! This seems unfair. We're the same year as them, yet they treat me as I'm some little girl. Don't let it get you. Maybe they can't tell, but the rest of us know just how mature you are. I promise. Guess things are going well enough for the little bunny. With Stark by her side, I'm sure everything will be just fine. As for Wayne over there... Oh god, no. The key to muscle training is balancing your load carefully. If you work yourself so hard, it'll come back to bite you, and then some. Instead, you must increase the load gradually. Once you find a suitable routine, you boys can one day have glorious muscles like mine. If at some point in the future you're not gonna be a shit brick house of muscles and are gonna flex to the side and there's gonna be a blink around you, it's not gonna be okay. That has to happen. And your hair has to fall out. And you have to grow a mustache. What do you think of these guns? Pretty cool, right? You're looking at my pride and joy. I mean, I guess those are muscles. Yep, definitely muscles. Sure, you're ripped, but at the end of the day, they're just muscles.
Never underestimate the splendor of muscles. Muscles combine power and beauty into a singular sublime form. Nothing else compares. When push comes to shove, you can only count on yourself. And when shove comes to heave, only your muscle will have your back. Who knows what the future might have in store? Build muscle now and worry later, I say.
Excuse me, I have a question.
I admire enthusiasm, son. Ask away. If there's anything you wish to know about muscle, I'm here to help.
Do muscles make you popular with girls?
You see...
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Me too. They say women are attracted to confidence. And what better way to build confidence than with a body of steel? In theory, anyway.
Huh, if you say so, mister. Whoa, look over there, you guys. Wow. You can have muscles for days, but nothing beats a handsome face like that, guys. Yeah, you've got that right.
Wait, don't go! You must believe in the power of muscles! Rip. Sheesh. Dramatic much?
Oh no, he's so dejected! No! No, buddy! It's gonna be okay.
Oh yeah. Micah said she was coming to the open house today, but I haven't seen any sign of her. I could have sworn I told her I'd be holding a muscle training seminar here at the pool. Why won't anyone believe in the power of muscle? Damn, he is down in the dumps. I don't know if I've ever seen him so dejected.
The poor guy. It's not like muscle will guarantee popularity. So like, why even bother? Oh no. Girls can never resist a hunk of a man. There's just one problem. How does one become a hunk?
Charisma?
So, how do we get those girls to come and hang out with us?
Dudes, you're a bit young for this selection. Hey, Ash, good to see you. Sorry to drop the patrol duty on you. Don't sweat it. Ain't like any of us can abandon our club responsibilities just because we're pulling double duty for the open house. It's always been the plan to rotate who's doing the rounds, so we can help pitch in at our clubs regardless. Right, as I recall, you'll be off next, which is when I'll jump in and get back to work. When the time comes, don't worry about hitting me up on your way or anything. Just head straight on over, no biggie. Gotcha, thanks man.
It's frustrating to have people think that I'm Stark's younger sister. I realize that, statistically speaking, I'm shorter than the average high schooler. However, I'm confident that one of these days I'll have a big growth spurt and catch up. Surely I will. I must. After all, I'm on track to surpass Millium. It's a good sign things are going to improve.
If you and Millium grow, it's gonna be a world wonder. You guys were genetically engineered to stay that way. But who knows?
I came here to hang out with for a little while. I had no idea there would be swimming lessons. Swimming isn't my forte, so talk about being in the right place at the right time. Not only do we have the whole run of the pool to ourselves, they're even looking for, they're even loaning out swimsuits. What more could you ask for? Consider me impressed, school. Thor's really feels like it's got it all. Oh, what I would have given to study here.
Okay. Leave the building? Pretty sure I've checked everywhere. Guess I should head back to the literature club.
We shall do so, but I need to find something first. This thing. I'll take a look later. Okay, so not yet. Alright, clubhouse building. Let's see. I guess what Principal Aguin said is true. We sure have a lot of prospective students visiting the school today. Huh. Funny how that works considering when this place first opened. It was nothing but a dumping ground for a bunch of castaways. A little harsh there, don't you think? Anyway, I'm glad to see lots of new students will be joining us next year. That should be fun. Yeah, next year. With any luck, that should mean we'll get new people to join the literature club too. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yeah, that'd be pretty nice, I guess. My only concern is whether I'll be a good role model to the newcomers. It's kind of intimidating to think about. Hey, if anyone's got a good handle on that kind of crap, it's you. Really? You think so? Of course I do. I think you'll have the new members looking up to you and coming to you for help in no time. Oh, I hope so. I'll have to do my best to be a good leader to everyone. Plus, with all those new faces keeping you busy, you won't have to worry about putting up with me any longer. Huh? What do you mean any longer? Ash, what are you... It's almost time for live reading. Let's grab our books and make our way over to the library. Nope. Things went off without a hitch. And the crowd seemed to have a good time. Yep, done and dusted. I was pretty shocked you managed not to freak out during the real deal. And that's because you were there reading with me. Well, I am a member of this club. If I didn't participate, Schwarzer would never let me hear the end of it. Oh, I don't think that's true. You have your job as a committee member after all. So, about what you said before the reading. Whoop, time to get back to doing the rounds. You'll be fine on your own, right? Right. Oh, yeah. Don't worry about our club. Catch you later. Ash. The open house is almost over. Finally. Guess I'll do another round inside the school. Do I have to do another round? Or is it gonna skip? Never mind. Oh, there he is. Hey, Ash. I see you've been keeping you Jesus Christ. Didn't mean to press that. I see they've been keeping you busy. You can say that again. What are you guys doing all gathered around here? You punks playing hooky or what? I didn't take you to be slackers who like hoisting stuff onto other fools. It's nothing like that. Looks like all of Class 7 is here now, though. Yeah, weird how it all worked out. You telling me you guys didn't plan this? It all just happened to end up in the same spot? More or less. We each went on our own breaks in search for a place to relax at the same time. Before we knew it, we all found ourselves here. Yep, what he said. We weren't coordinating at all, it just worked out this way. Well, unlike the rest of you, I'm still on duty, just to be clear.
Be that as it may, I'd say it's a testament to the bonds we forged as Class 7. I think it's simply wonderful. Come on, Ash. You're already here. Why not stick around and chat for a little? A fine idea. We still have some time to spare, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Oh, alright, you win. I'll join you guys. No, spit it. What are you guys talking about? Airing your grievances with Schwarzer or something?
That's the first thing that popped into your head? Oh, there he goes again, bashful as ever. Unlike me, I'm simply dying to tell you all about how much I adore our beloved instructor. You're on the polar opposite side of the spectrum, Missy. You're too open with your feelings. Always the handful, you two.
Like you're any better, little bunny.
I realize I'm not one to talk, but in hindsight, Instructor Reen sure assembled a class of rather colorful characters. That's an understatement. So you say, but I don't get the impression you've troubled Instructor Reen all that much. Come to think of it, you may be right.
What do you expect? He's a model student. Of course he doesn't go out of his way to make life hell for Schwarzer.
You say that like it's somehow out of the ordinary. Still, I wouldn't say it's entirely true. I had my family stuff to work through. At the start, I was even a little impudent. It was only later that I started making a point of not causing problems for our instructor.
Huh, so you started to sympathize with the guy, is that it?
I don't know, I could see that. After all, like Instructor Reen, Kurt definitely has his fans among the girls here. They say at least, to say the least, it seems like quite a number of girls visiting the campus today have something of a soft spot for him. Meaning we have another womanizer in the making on our hands.
Her face during that sentence. Oh god.
No, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? If anything, I see him as an example of what not to do, rather than someone to emulate.
Oh god, don't let him hear you. Huh. He's lucky he's not here to hear all this. Poor sap can't catch a break.
That aside, I think it's kinda great how the new Class 7 is just the 5 of us. We each have our strong points and weak points. It keeps things interesting. Indeed, it allows us to come together and compensate when someone struggles.
I suppose we do strike something of a balance when you think about it.
I think it's thanks to our small group that we've been able to grow and overcome so much. If even one of us was missing, I doubt we would have come nearly as far.
Maybe not.
I doubt losing one or two of us wouldn't have made much of a difference. There he goes again. Well, what else is new? I believe Ash is what they call a tough nut to crack.
Yeah. Think what you like. Whatever. I'm gonna get back to my patrol now. Peace.
Ash, wait.
What now?
Jokes aside, try not to stretch yourself too thin. Don't think you always have to shoulder a responsibility by yourself. You're never truly alone.
Thanks, but you've got nothing to worry about. Believe me, my concerns can cut with this crap. Believe me, any concerns I can cut with this crap are getting cut. Okay, I'm off for real. Trying to slack off too much, you hear?
Oh, Ash. Dang it, he never makes things easy.
What the fuck? More? How long is this whole thing with Ash? Okay, everybody is in the same place. with a couple of exceptions. Do you guys have anything new? No. Oh, I didn't even... Were you here before? Oh, no, never mind. Stark was in the pool area. Oh, hey Ash. Perfect timing. Got a quick question for you. Once the open house is over, are we still planning on escorting the guests out like we discussed? I guess. We obviously had a bigger turnout than we expected, but we'll figure out a way to make it work. Like we discussed, you handle this area. Leonora will take care of the school building, and I'll guide any strugglers on the grounds. And we'll stagger each of our phases so we don't cause a bottleneck on the way out. Sounds good. As long as we stay coordinated, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, and I'll make sure to contact the train station when the time is right, so they're prepared as well. Works for me. And always nice that I can count on you to stay on top of this kind of stuff. Okay? Okay, quick run through everything. Just to see. Okay, they moved a bit. Those two idiots better behave. Geez, I said you didn't have to come. I know it's a long trip. It was nothing at all, as long as I think of it as a mini vacation. Your father was sad he couldn't make it due to his work. You were so cool earlier, Yuna. The ball went zoom and everything. Well, I have been training for a year, you know. Do you think I can do that someday too? Sure, as long as you practice just as hard. Okay. That's your updated shtick. Okay, there are only two marks technically. The school entrance and the academy field? Oh, I see it. Oh, Randy. The fuck, where were you the entire time? Made a trip through the entire goddamn thing. Someone is looking comfy, trying to get out of doing your job during the open house. What? Never seen someone on break before? Sheesh. Not like there's much for us instructors to do in the afternoon anyway. The other three are workaholics. Anyway, they've practically got their, everything covered, so why not put my feet up and take it easy? In other words, slacking off. Wait, don't tell me you're getting sentimental all of a sudden. Nah, I guess you could say that. I hate to bail like this. I really did hope to see you kids through to your graduation. Man, I gotta say, I never took you for the sappy type. What's the big deal? You're just going back to your old crossbow stomping grounds. Ain't the end of the damn world or anything. Hell, if anything, I'm glad to see you go. Means one less adult to get on my ass about something stupid. For all the growing you've done, that mouth of yours could still use some work, punk. Don't get me wrong. It sucks to go, but I'm not worried about things going south without me around to help steer the ship. You kids are plenty capable now, not to mention, you've still got Reen and Toei. You couldn't be in better hands. Huh, if you say so. He's not wrong. I don't think the others will have any trouble with those two still around. You know something, Ash? I realized that a while back, you and I were not all that different from each other. Alright, who are you and what have you done with the real Randy? I'm serious, man. We both have, let's say, colorful pasts. And we both tend to put on a brave face and not look bothered over anything. We also tend to act laid back, yet try to shoulder things all on our own. See where I'm going with all this? But it ain't all bad. Sure, we had rough starts. But now we've got places we belong, surrounded by people who respect and accept us. I guess what I'm trying to say is, it wouldn't kill you to lean on those around you every once in a while, when you need them. Being there for others, or being able to count on them being there for you, is what love and friendship are all about. You're jumping at shadows. It's not like I'm trying to be Mr. Loner over here or anything. You don't have to remind me of that mushy crap. I get it, believe me. Sure. Consider it a little reminder. Alright. Only thing in the main language is gonna be the ballot box. Oh no, never mind. The hell is... Oh. Carbide. Did something happen? Just here for the regular report. The open house is proceeding as planned. All the clubs are doing well. I see. Good work out there. You seem busy. Yes, well, end of the year paperwork on top of issues regarding the open house will do that. Not to mention dealing with my successor. You're quitting the branch campus at the end of the year, right? I am. The RMP is understaffed. To be honest, they asked me to come back right after the war ended, but I managed to get them to hold off until the end of the year. The current plan is for Instructor Herschel to take my place. We're bringing in a new instructor to fill the role she's vacating, so you kids don't have to worry about anything. I ain't worried. Huh, good. I suppose I'm the one worried about the branch campus on my own, on my way out. But now that I think about it, that was all for naught. You kids have all grown tremendously in the last year. Look at you. You were the #1 problem child when you got here. Now you're someone people can rely on. I'm not a model student. I think you were spot on with your first assessment. Regardless of what you think of yourself, it's a fact that the people around you trust and depend on you. So I hope you see this committee job through to the end. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. Okay. That's you done. Toa. Doing the rounds, Ash? Yep. You're checking the equipment. Mm-hmm. More importantly, I'm so sorry I can't help much with keeping things running. I've been busy handling VIPs today. Hey, no point in apologizing to me. Plus, ain't this whole open house thing about making us students do the work? I guess you're right. Honestly, it brings me back to when I was still a student. Our school festival was quite the event. I heard a little about that from Crow. He apparently has some recorded footage of it. You don't need to see that. Jeez, Crow, what are you thinking? Oh, now I really will have to get him to show me something. No, I officially forbid you as an instructor. By the way, when I was a second year, I was the student council president. I heard. Pretty easy to imagine. You think? I was honestly really tough. But everyone on the council helped, and so did Reen, so I managed to hang on till the very end. Schwarzer was on the student council? No, not quite. But he was always accepting our requests. And even outside of that, he was constantly helping people who were in need. Not like he's any different now. Aw, I think it's nice. Anyway, it was a hard job to put a lot of responsibility on my shoulders, but it was equally as fun and worth doing. Cool. Bully for you? Bully for you, okay. Anyway, sorry to keep you here. We'd both better go back to work. You got this, Ash. Take care. Yeah, thanks, I guess. Alright. Nothing yet, huh? Okay, go up. Oh. Hey, Ash, doing your committee member rounds? What do you think, smartass? So, how's it going? Sounds like the literature club is doing well. Yeah, well, I left all that to Tatiana. And yet, I saw you participating in a reading. You weren't too shabby either. You were watching? I just happened to be passing by, so I took a peek. Ugh. Ain't anyone ever told you that nobody likes a peeping Tom? My bad. I couldn't help but be curious about how my students were faring. Right, whatever you say. But I guess you're always like that, prone to sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I bet you've been running around all day looking after people. Yeah, actually. I figured. Since I hadn't seen you anywhere. Not that I'm complaining. Thanks to you, I had an easy time of it. Well, as an instructor here, I've been trying not to get too involved. There's a guy who would probably write a formal letter apologizing for jaywalking. But I guess there are people out there who appreciate it. Ash. I just don't wanna owe you anything. Ash? I'm going to keep sticking my nose into people's business. That's just how I am. And that goes for your business too. If anything comes up, let me know. I'll come running. I'm your homeroom instructor, okay? I told you, that part of you is so damn annoying. Okay. No markers? There we go. Almost time to wrap up. I should probably cast my vote. Alright. Finally. Which club had the best event, eh? It'd be lame to vote for my own club, so... Oh, actually getting to choose? I mean, the tennis club and the music club had the most involvements, I would say. Cooking club? Let's go with the music club. I'll write him a comment too. There we go. Oh. With that, the afternoon portion of the Thor's Branch campus open house came to a close. The visitors departed the school grounds in good spirits. And the text goes too fast. As soon as they were all gone, Principal Le Guin summoned all of the students and faculty onto the field for another assembly. I'm pleased to announce that both the morning lectures and afternoon club activities were both very warmly received. Sufficient is to say, the open house proved to be an excellent showcase to the general public of how far we've come in a short span of time. I couldn't ask for a better conclusion to an eventful first year on this campus with all of you. Success such as this is only made possible thanks to the hard work and effort put in by every person involved, no matter their role. Impressively, despite the many hours you all have put into this, not a single one of you looks exhausted now that it's behind you. If anything, I see excitement and anticipation for the future in your eyes, a wonderful sign of what I'm sure is another good year to come. That having been said, it's now time for today's main event. Huh? I don't get it. All the visitors are gone. There's nobody else left to see whatever this is. Is she talking about the club voting? Be pretty late if that was the main event. We will now announce the results of the first Student Council presidential election for the branch campus. What? Nobody said anything about an election. Hiya, it's me, Mint, everybody's favorite engineer. I'll be your MC for this next segment. While Instructor Toba's over there tabulating everyone's votes, let's give our candidates one last introduction. First up from Class 9, Military Finance, it's the branch campus's highly capable social butterfly. You know him better as Stark. Next from Class 8, Combat Tactics, it's the branch campus's heaviest hitting, ever considered sister figure, Leonora. And finally, hailing from Class 7, Special Operations, is the campus punk with a heart of gold who everyone trusts. Ash. Are you shitting me? It goes without saying that this inaugural Student Council election is a very special occasion. As you all know, these 3 students were nominated by their respective classes. And when all is said and done, one of them... Hey, Schwarzer, what's the deal? Mind telling me what the hell's going on here? What's to explain? The ones who serve on the Open House Executive Committee get to run for president. Your efforts running things and helping the clubs get ready were essentially a campaign to show everyone what you're capable of. Oh, you ran into this shit. You gotta be... This is news to me. Muse, I thought I told you to give him a rundown last week. But instructor, you see how he's reacting. If I told him he was up for election ahead of time, he would have quit on the spot. So I decided to leave that part out in the interest of the student body. Why you set me up? Look, what Muse did might have been a little mean, but we all did come together and chose to nominate you for President, Ash. Are your heads on straight? If anyone's suited to be Student Council President, it's phony locks over there, not me. Or you could have picked Mr. Hotshot Honor Student. Hell, Wild Philly would have been better. And she's a freaking loose cannon. Well, just about anyone here would do. Well, almost anyone. Little Bunny probably not. Jesus Christ. You could have been a little more discreet, but I don't disagree. I am neither suited to nor interested in being president. Well, in my case, my hands are already full with the duchy. Besides, you know me, I prefer scheming in the shadows over work in the open. Less scrutiny that way. And not a reggie of shame to be found. As for me, I'm almost busy following in the footsteps of my predecessors in the Vander School. In that sense, I don't think it would be right for me to lead other people. Or not right now, anyway. And I'm the least person you'd want filling paperwork and doing all the other administrative stuff. That's fair. You'll be more the type to who prefers being out in front, leading the charge, rather than commanding from the back. Taking all of the other that into account, we were led to our realization our best candidate for Student Council President is you, Ash. It wasn't simply a process of elimination. We nominated you for your ability to get things done, and also to support others. Accepted, Ash. At this point, it's too late to change your nomination. I'll admit I would have perhaps preferred you to properly volunteer for it before things got underway. But be that as it may, I also happen to agree that you're the best man for the job, Ash. This isn't funny, you guys. This ain't just something you... Look, there's Instructor Toa. That must mean... There you are. I'll leave the rest to you. You've got it. And now the moment you've all been waiting for. The final results are in. Let's see. Wait a second. Unfortunately, it looks like one person's vote had to be invalidated. It went to the Modern Music... Yup, you didn't understand the assignment for that box. It went to the Modern Music Club. It says, I was sufficiently rocked. Hard to disagree there. Unfortunately, that's not what we were voting on, so it doesn't count. So that's what the ballot box was about. Damn it. Anywho, on to the final results. In third place, with 4 votes, it's Leonora. Take what you can get. Thanks to everyone who voted for me, I really appreciate it. In second place, with 5 votes, we have Stark. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said I'm not a little disappointed. I was all ready to take up the mantle and get to work. Oh well, it's hard to complain coming in second. If those two came in second and third, then that means... I think you all narrowed it down, but finally, in first place, with 10 votes, exactly twice as many as are in second place candidate, the Thor's Branch campus's first ever elected student council president is none other than Ash Carbide from class 7. Congratulations! Yeah, that's awesome! Good for you, Ash. There's nobody more perfect to be our president. Agreed. I always knew you would win. Oh boy, buddy. Are you shitting me? Oh boy, buddy. Holy hell, this is a long daydream.
You? Student council president?
Laugh of the century, right?
You're not gonna really do it, are you? You just don't know when to give up, Ash Carbide. It's truly pathetic.
You think I don't know I'm unfit for it?
How couldn't you? You're so weak, you can't even beat me. How the hell do you expect to set a good example for anyone?
I said I know.
You'll never stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone. Never as a friend, as a confidant, or as a leader. You can put money on that. Whoever voted for you must be out of their damn minds. It's beyond laughable, isn't it? Come on, Ash. Let's hear you laugh at this farce. At the biggest joke of all. Yourself.
Shut up! Shut the hell up!
Oh. There you are, Schwarzer. Took you long enough. What's the occasion, Ash? Oh, what's the occasion, Ash? Why'd you call me up here? You had to talk about something. You could say that, yeah. Got something I need to tell you. Well, you might make it quick. The others are going to be starting the after party soon. Things can't kick off without a man of the hour, you know. An after party, huh? Or to call it a farewell party when all is said and done. I'll cut to the chase, Schwarzer. I'm resigning from Thor's, is that it? What the... How the hell did you know? Give me a little credit, Ash. It's my job to stay on top of my students and their thoughts. Well, you read me like like an open freaking book. Happy now? 'Cause I sure ain't. Let me ask you this. Does this have anything to do with what happened between you and the Emperor? His Majesty is doing just fine now. He's back to full health. And he personally forgave you for what happened. It's water under the bridge. You don't think I get that? Just because he's forgiven me doesn't mean that I can. And so your solution is to pack up and leave? Is that it? Yep, that's right. That's all I had to tell you. Peace. Ash? Wait. I respect your feelings, but I want you to stay with us. Huh? What's it to you? I thought about playing the good instructor and listing off a bunch of rational reasons why you should remain here. But I can tell you've thought this through and feel sincerely about it. I won't try to reason with you. I'm simply going to speak from the heart. Ash, I really do want you to stay put. It's not just because you're one of my students, and I'd hate to see you go. I consider you a friend, a partner who's gone through a whole lot with me this past year. Oh, give me a break. Just once, can you not turn this into some corny-ass speech? You'll live. Think of the rest of Class 7. I think they'd be pretty sad if they didn't get to graduate with you. Yeah, right. I like what happened with your gen. I'm the only one dropping out here. Nobody's gonna miss some good-for-nothing jerk like me. You don't really believe that, do you? You need to open your eyes and take a good look around you if you believe nobody here appreciates you. Huh? What do you mean? Wait. He's right, Ash. That's not it at all. Son of a... You guys heard all that? Not all of it, but some. Though it seems the instructor was aware we were here. We got the gist of things. I have to say, it's about what I expected. Everyone's worried about you, Ash. You've been acting off for some time now. You guys were onto me the entire time. Great. Not just us. Look. Hey. Ash. Oh, damn it. You too. Are you really going to drop out? Think so. Look at the bright side. Now you'll be able to read in peace without my dumb ass scaring you. You should be happy. But I won't. I did find you intimidating at first, but you're razor focused when you read your books. You even recommend ones for me to check out sometimes. Whenever I have a problem, even if it's silly, you always go out of your way to help me, like it's no big deal. Most days we both read in silence, it's true. But over time, having you there has made the literature club such a cozy place to be. The silence won't be the same without you. I'm so glad we're in the same club together, Ash. So glad. And I'd rather it stay that way. Tatiana. My, look at her pour out her heart. Honestly, what she said goes for all of us. I get that you've put a ton of thought into this. I really do. Nobody's denying that. But we're just as determined to make it to graduation together. Every one of us, as a class. We'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. Don't think you can bail out on us so easily, mister. Indeed. You're being rather narrow-minded about all of this. You really should reconsider. Not to mention, I did lose to you in today's Panzer Soldat scrimmage, when you caught me by surprise. I would be haunted to the grave if you ran off before I had the chance to settle the score. Don't forget me. I would hate to see you go as well. I would be the only one tormenting our dear instructor on a regular basis. It'd be so lonely without an accomplice. As the instructor in question, I'm not sure what to make of that one. I wouldn't be particularly upset if you left. Ellie? Were you trying to... However, it wouldn't be as if I was unable to graduate with you. That much I can say for certain. Damn it, guys. It's not just Class 7 either. You're appreciated by everyone on the branch campus. They need you here. Mosquito, please. Fuck off. Today's election results are a testament to how vital you've become to our school. The energetic voice? Hey Ash, what are you standing around all the way up there, huh? Hmm? Oh god. Oh no. Which one of you was that? Oh, it's you guys. You're still here? Not for long. We're about to head out. Ah, we'll be coming to the Shining tonight too, you know? We've got something special for you there to celebrate your victory. So I hope you're getting pumped. Yep, see you there, Mr. President. Not you guys too. Their timing couldn't be more impeccable. I'll say. Whatever, I don't care what any of you say, I'm still... Commanding voice? Oh, give it a rest already, will you? Oh, it's her. Principal Le Guin, I didn't realize you were still on campus. There's something I forgot to mention, but before I get to that... Ash Carbide, you don't truly think you can leave this academy so easily with so much unfinished business now, do you? Ah, so what if I do? This branch campus hasn't seen a single student leave our ranks to date. Not even the war could shatter our perfect record. As principal here, I'm not about to permit our first desertion in such a shameful manner. Are you for real? Boy, she's really putting the screws to him. I can see her point, given the circumstances. Of course she wouldn't be all that inclined to accept his withdrawal. If you really insist, I shall let you go, but only if you agree to fulfill one last assignment as your condition for graduating. Yeah? What kind of assignment? You must demonstrate the fruits of your education at this prestigious branch campus as one of its first students, something tangible. Thor's is an institution with deep ties to the imperial family. You must shoulder its legacy without shying away from it. Surely you owe that much to His Majesty the Emperor after all that has happened. It's hard to argue against that. Agreed. That sounds like a very reasonable thing to ask in return. Not to mention, I believe today's election offers you something of a unique opportunity, one you would be foolish to pass up. Ah, damn it! What makes you all think you can boss me around? You have no idea what I'm thinking. Well, Ash, I had to say it, but you brought all of this upon yourself. Now, are you going to turn tail and run from those thoughts, or will you confront them head on? The choice is yours. Shit. You guys are playing the real dirty, you know that? Fucking music. Ganging up on me. Goading me at every chance. Going straight for my damn pride. But how am I supposed to run off in peace now when you go to all that trouble? Then does it mean? Let me make one thing clear. I'm staying here because you guys all cried crocodile tears? Oh god. Nothing like that. I just hate the thought of ditching this place when I've still got stuff left to do. Fine, accept your dumb assignment. I'll make good on it, so hard it'll wipe that smirk clean off your face. Meanwhile, till it's time to graduate, you better believe I'm gonna be putting all you guys to work. And that goes for the new kids. Ash. Now there's the Ash I know. Yes, Ash. Yeesh, Ash. Can't you admit how you really feel just once? Frankly, at this point, I'd be more shocked if you did. Agreed. At any rate, this coming year is shaping up to be a rather fun one. I can't wait for it to begin. Oh, yes, Carbide. About that other thing I forgot to mention earlier. The student council president is permitted to select who gets to fill the other roles on the council. No election necessary. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoopsie. That is all. Don't let me down now, President Carbide. I should expect great things from you. Whoopsie. Well, sounds like the branch campus student council is now officially underway. Better get to work, Ash. If you need me for something, I'd be happy to be treasurer. Really, I just want to help however I can. Make your life easier as president. She's the best person for the job. She's already in charge of the branch campus accounting after all. Oh, that's right. I have to get ready for the after party, so I think I'll be heading back to the dorms now.
Not so fast, phony locks. You're not trying to run away from me, are you?
Was it that obvious?
Clear as day. Haha. It seems we had nothing to worry about.
Yep. All's well that ends well.
That Ash, stirring up trouble until the very moment I step off this campus, I swear. Oh god, the student council, out of those two, that's chaos.
So, you didn't run away. Yeah. No matter how lame I may look, I decided to stay the course. You already noticed, right? That curse of yours vanished a long time ago. I know. You're nothing more than the manifestation of my own guilt. Finally put two and two together. Guess it's time I was on my way then. No, that's not how this works. You're not going anywhere. Probably not ever. But I'm gonna keep moving forward, even if it means crawling on all fours. So you just sit there and watch. You sound pretty dead set. Fine by me. Make sure I get a real good look then at the future you've resolved to create through blood-stained hands.
2 days later. Thor's Branch Campus, First Student Council. Treasurer, Tatiana. Secretary, Stark. Supervisor, Leonora. Vice President, Musée. President, Ash. Verified by Principal Aurelia Le Guin. Cute. Daydream, Thor's Open House, End. That was a long one, holy shit. Student Council bans times 2, okay. Oh my god, but this one was due. Him dealing with his bullshit was so due, holy moly. Okay, Student Council, Treasurer, Club Activities, Secretary. Why is McBurn's not done?
Slap of Reminiscence activated.
2 more left. Hopefully this one is not gonna be like an hour long. Through Memories Aglow. Oh boy, Reen. Why is your... actual father dearest in the back there? 3 months after the Battle of Jormungandr's end, Major Rewald had sent me a confidential letter. I had no reason to decline the request within, and so I paid a visit to Wallflame Palace. Could you give us some privacy? Certainly, Your Majesty. Okay. So this is it. This was my dad's study. Oh yeah, that's his office, essentially. It feels a little surreal to be in here. I understand why you would feel that way. I'd come to sort out his belongings after the war's end. But to my surprise, there was nothing left to sort. He never was one for displaying sentimental goods and the like, but I can only assume he disposed of what little he had beforehand. I could see that for him, yes. But if there is nothing here, what is it you said you wanted to give me in the letter? Ah, it would be something I found in the ashes of his fireplace. Oh, a picture? This is... a family picture?
Aww. Judging by its state, I should think it came from his diary. Nothing else remains of the diary itself, unfortunately, but I thought you should still have this. Please, take it. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is more than enough for me. Knowing he treasured this photograph till the last days means more than words can say. I'm grateful you thought of me when you found it. Then all is well. He was a lucky man to have you as his son. It was regrettably difficult for me to mourn him in public with his role in this war. But I heard you were able to carve his name into the grave he'd make for your mother at your old home? Yes, I took the chance when I was nearby for a branch campus assignment. It's a quiet area of the suburbs, so I'd like it if he and my mother could rest in peace there. Gilead was a great friend to me, and a proud hero who lived in service of the Empire. I shall make it my business to visit the grave myself. I'd like to visit the Lance Maiden's grave in Crossbell as well. I'm sure they would appreciate you being there. Not that I knew either of them well enough to speak on their behalf, of course. That is just as true for me, in a sense. It seems I'd seen him as a politician, but I'd only caught the slightest glimpse of him as a father. It's never too late to begin learning more, however, even if he is no longer with us. The Great Twilight is over. The nation's suffering has come to an end. There is no better time to gather up the pieces we missed during our time of conflict. Yes, I suppose you're right. Daydream through memories aglow. Oh, back at Leaves, in the dorms. The more I look at it, the more surreal it feels. I saw something similar in the spectral moon mirror, but it's hard to imagine he used to smile like this. Guess that goes to show how little I really knew about him. Hopefully I can find more little things like this and take good care of them. Now we're in for a busy day tomorrow, so I'd better get some rest. Oh. Yep. Time to have a dream, buddy. I guess this is Osborne. I have accepted the Ebon Knight, but it is not by its will that I have chosen to bring destruction to the Empire. This is the only way to rid the land of the curse that has plagued it for so long. To end this world my loved ones call home will require renouncing my very humanity. Yet it is a price I'm willing to pay. From this day forward, I will see myself as a being of blood with a soul of iron, guiding all to a future of conflict. I write these words in my diary to show that I have chosen my path, that my will is still my own. I knew I would need pawns to achieve the future I so desired. Not long after having this realization did I happen upon a boy with the gift of precognition. His name is Lecter Arundel. What a funny twist of fate that he should be the man's son. That man's son. The boy had accepted the hand fate had dealt him, both his father's crimes and that it would lead him to be silenced. I've given him a new home as one of my pawns, giving him a purpose in the form of revenge. Did I do this out of compassion, an emotion I thought I abandoned? Or has seeing him reminded me of the son I've turned my back on? His father's crimes came to be the whispers of the Eben Night. There is no reason for the child left behind to carry the weight of such an indelible sin. I know not whether his foresight has allowed him to see the ruin I am to bring about. But regardless, he has accepted my offer with great interest. My next meeting has come soon after my promotion to Chancellor of the Imperial Government. While on a state business meeting with the 4 great houses, I happened upon a fascinating young man. His name is Rufus Alborea, and he appears intelligent as he is hollow on the inside. He thinks of me as his true father, and he believes that besting me will give meaning to his existence. It feels almost cruel to find myself being called someone's father again. But meeting someone who seeks to do more than I ever could has been a fine boon indeed. May he show me humanity's potential. May he prove we are not powerless in the face of the curse, nor are we simple pieces on a game board. I know calling myself an Iron Blood, a son of mine, will not be enough to satisfy him. Perhaps once he finds the answers he seeks, he will be fit to lead in the times to come. 2 years have passed since my appointment to Chancellor. Rufus and Lecter have served me well, and word of the Ironbloods has begun to spread. What has dampened this just so is the passing of an old friend from Force. The circumstances surrounding his death are highly suspicious, enough for me to suspect that the Eben Knight was to blame. It was when I went to handle the matter personally that I happened to meet his daughter, Claire Reveld. In a clear manifestation of the Eben Knight's dreaded hand toying with Erebonian lives. The tragedy had awakened a peculiar gift in her, a kind of enhanced cognition. I chose to leave the matter of her father's death in her hands. And though it pained her greatly to do so, she has demonstrated a resolve to stand against destiny. Thinking this meeting to also be fate, I have invited her to join the Ironbloods as well. What she will discover on this road to ruin I do not know, but on behalf of my friend, I intend to bear witness as she finds it. Oh. I visited Jurai, and after negotiating with its mayor, it was agreed that it would be taken as a province of Erebonias.
So they did meet?
And around that time, who should show as if she had been waiting for this moment all along but my dear friend? I'd heard she was calling herself the Steel Maiden after accepting a position in the society. But when talking to her, she was the same as I'd remembered. She still thought to express concern for my well-being. With Jurai now under Imperial rule, the seeds of the curse have begun to blossom. The stage will soon be set for the rivalries. When I told her this, she left without saying much more. She deserves so much for what she has endured. I wish I could have let her know, but perhaps she, too, would prefer to appear strong. I don't remember her mentioning that the two of them met, only that she observed him from a distance. But I might be forgetting. A fourth member has joined the Ironbloods. Her name is Million Orion, a new model homunculus with the nearly last in her line serial number OZ73. As pure and innocent a being I have ever seen, she was quick to gain a sense of self, developing in the blink of an eye. William has been able to give the other Ironbloods what I cannot. The more time they spend with her, the more I see Claire and Lecter's expressions soften. I can only hope that through her, they have regained a small portion of what the Ebon Knights took away. What a sinful manner of forging a sword. And what a fitting manner, with the end it is destined to bring. I have long accepted that I will bear any sin for my goal, knowing full well my fate will be to accompany Shmelga to Gehenna's depths. Prince Oliver's role in ending this crisis in Liberl was reported far and wide. When he soon after returned to the Empire like a hero aboard the Kingdom's Arsail, it was almost impossible to escape the story. This old scene. I visited Liberl to offer my own greeting before his departure. But by doing so, he reminded me once more that he is a man of endless surprises. It was as if the lion slumbering within the Empire had awakened and taken his form. As I executed my plan to fill the world with conflict, he seeks to find a third way. His efforts are nothing but a hindrance in bringing about the Great Twilight, but I cannot help but feel excited by his declaration. If he is going to challenge me, then he had better put up a worthy fight. The conflict he seeks to stop will be great enough to engulf even Crossbell. I look forward to seeing how he intends to counter it. I received word that students from Thor's military academy would be coming to the capital on a field study. Among their class 7 was a familiar face. I'd been given updates on his growth from Theo and Claire, but it was the first time I had seen him as a young man. I could see right away that he had become just like his mother, a kind soul who valued the well-being of others over himself. He is the picture of health now, and for that, I am grateful. I regret to write, however, that the curse has had a clear influence on him, adding to his internal strife. I knew it was bound to happen. He has the heart of the one closely linked to the curse. I dare not think of Cassia's face as she watches us from heaven, or the pain she must feel seeing the cruel fate I have thrust upon our child. Does she know that if he cannot control himself now, that he has no chance of surviving the days that are yet to come? It won't be long before the Great Twilight is upon us. All I can do is as his mother does. Watch and see how he fares. October 30th, the newly independent crossbow destroyed our Guerrilla fortress. As foretold in the Black Records, this led to Urbonia declaring war on Crossbell. There was one development, however. that it did not foresee. Crow Armbrust, the grandson of Jiraiya's mayor. He was but an ordinary boy on the surface, belaying the searing vehemence beneath his skin that gave him the strength to match even me. Though everything has been proceeding as planned, he has allowed me to see the heights of humanity's potential for the first time in a long while. At the same time as this developed, another came to be, as I had feared it would. Reen Schwarzer has accepted becoming an awakener for Valimar. The Ebon Knight's power grows ever greater as the Civil War rages on. The Ashen Knight may be quite capable, but without sufficient resolve, it will fall against the Ebon Knight with ease. As for the one who trusts this upon you, I doubt you would ever want to hear this from me. But only you can change your course. I dearly pray you'll find the will to fight against your fate. July 18th. The Graal of Erebos has made manifest. Prince Olivert had broken through all attempts to obstruct him. Reaching the scene. All for naught. He has met a tragic end. Human life is but dust to be scattered by the winds of fate, be you commoner or nobility, hero or villain. Even he was no exception to the rule and fell like any other. His loss is a deeply tragic one, for I had thought him uniquely capable of rebuilding the Empire after the Great Twilight's end. The wings of the hero have broken, and in the despair that followed, the sword of the end was swung at last. With Milliam's grievous demise, the final restraint chaining Reen has been unbound. He has been consumed by the curse, becoming the sacrifice decreed by fate so long ago. I nearly thought he would succeed in suppressing its hold on him with how long he fended it off. It may be for the best that he will live through this miserable period as a mindless ogre. By the time he returns to his senses, the Ebon Knight and I will no longer be of this world. I would ask that he be able to rest until the rivalries have reached their climax. September 1st. Operation Jormungandr and their final rivalry is now upon us. Though he fell to the fiery depths of despair, Reen rose from the ashes and has since fought valiantly for my defeat. The curse's power is at its peak, and still he prevailed. I can hardly believe how much he has grown. His friends may have played a part in this, but that alone does not explain it. What has elevated him to heights beyond prophetic imaginings? I wish I knew, as much as I wish I could have learned it by watching over him as a father. This isn't like me at all. I shouldn't be losing myself at such a critical point. Should he somehow defeat me, my son will be forced to bear the full weight of the curse's power. Yet if he has the strength to oppose me, then I will take it as my first and final paternal duty to see him wrested from my grasp. To hope for miracles in this world is a fool's errand. Still. Goddess, are you so merciful as to lend your ears to one such as me? If so, then I pray. Oh! This is going fast. Well, you had a dream, buddy. Aww. Okay, so what do you say? If so, then I pray, please, shine your light on Reen's future forevermore. Aww. You bitch. This is the middle point of the whole story. According to the director Kondo, we are halfway through this saga with this game. This game is rounding up literally 10 games so far. The next games will pretty much start up the journey with a new group, new people, and on the east side of the continent.
That felt too real to be a dream.
And the next two games are already out. They are just very late in coming out now because of them publishing other games.
I could be wrong, but
oh,
I'll trust my
the
gut
stream?
on this one.
Yes, this will be the final stream for this game.
He was always prioritizing the happiness of others, while shouldering burdens one should never have to bear alone. Like father, like son, huh? I wish I could have done more for him. Right. I still can. My father gave me life, and my friends gave me a reason to live that life. Simply living well is the best way I can repay him and my mother. That doesn't absolve the bad, but...
Morning, Kurt. The weather's beautiful today, huh?
I'm so bad at waking up early.
Good morning, Yuna. Altina. And what a coincidence. Muse and Ash are coming out at the same time.
A new day, a new diet to keep myself cute for the instructor. I binged on way too much sugar last night.
Thought I could sneak out before you guys.
No skipping out for you, Grumpy Gus. Now let's get to running.
Time to start the day.
Aww. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. This is murdering me right now. Oh. Need to screenshot. Okay. Done. Oh. Fuck me. This one hits. Oh. Thanks for the cash. True domination. Well, that is poetic to put on that one. But yeah, Reen buddy, old friend. Your dad will forever be with you, quite literally. You are literally in possession of his heart in your body. Okay.
Slab of reminiscence
Alright.
activated.
Final thing
And this is a white one. So, and it has the strings of fate distorted and forming into a single one. 3 timelines, I guess. 3 fates forming a single thread. What are you? What kind of stupid tease for the future are you? These are but minute fragments of memories drifting in the endless ocean, memories of what will be in the near future. Could they be shadows of the tangled threads woven by Elysium, or perhaps faded illusions that slip through the cracks of time and space? There are none who know the answer. What? Return to the garden? Another hot spring paradise? An unconventional student? Okay, let's go in order. Another hot spring paradise. The fuck is this? January, year 1208 of the Septian calendar. Ooh. Between 2 great mountains at the tip of a Calvardian basin sits Longley. The town is known for 2 things, being the eastern entrance to the Republic and its exceptional hot springs. Through these enticing factors does it continue to welcome tourists hailing from both home and abroad. Yet today it served guests quite unlike its many unseasoned visitors. These had come from another renowned hot spring paradise situated in the northern reaches of Erebonia. Oh. Oh! Whoa, this is an interesting picture. Okay, it's the Schwarzer family. The depth of flavor in the food here is just... Okay, I have no idea who is gonna be speaking here, they're not gonna show, so let's just read this. The depth of the flavor in the food here is just exquisite. Agreed, the Phoenix Wings food is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but I have my doubts that chef could replicate dishes this unique in taste. The Bishan Inn's reputation continues to precede itself. Bishan Inn, huh? Baron Theo and Lady Lucia Schwarzer were sampling the inn's... Okay, that's those two speaking. Baron Theo and Lady Lucia Schwarzer were sampling the inn's culinary delights. Spirits high and stomachs filling fast. Their daughter Elise sat next to them, her spirit a bit lower by comparison, as her brows furrowed with concern. I'm sure its luxuries come with just an equally luxurious price tag. And there's 4 of us, so even 2 nights must have cost a small fortune. Upon realizing what she said, she shook her head. I didn't mean to dampen the mood. I know we have the money, but all my budgeting as student council president has made a terrible habit of me seeing the numbers in everything. Her older brother Reen couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The budget buster in you will like how much we saved, because we're not here as paying customers. We were invited by the owners personally. They say they wanted to get to know us since we run similar establishments, so here we are, and we'll be inviting them to Ymir sooner than later, of course. Right, Dad? Oh, absolutely. And this is... And add this to the list of boons coming from our countries finally coming to terms with one another. The Republic is reveling in unheard of levels of... Is that a typo? The Republic is reveling in unheard levels of prosperity, and the relations between our people are more active and festive than ever. I, for one, welcome any opportunity to further foster friendship. The Baron took another healthy sip of his baijiu before continuing. Friendship over fighting, I say. Such a shame that the world tends to overcomplicate that simple concept. Seeing her husband's glass was almost empty,
Lucia filled it to the brim while adding her own thoughts. No typo? Okay, whatever. It sounds weird to read. That's all the more, or rather, it feels like the word is, like, should be there. That's all the more reason why we need to make the most of this invitation and enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Their children nodded in agreement. And even that aside, there is no reason to spoil a family vacation when we so rarely have the time to take them. Oh, I read about some unusual sweet dishes worth trying here. Would you like to share some with me, Reen? In a bit, I'm thinking of taking another soak in the hot springs, so I might be in the mood for something sweet after. The food here is delicious, but as far as I'm concerned, the hot springs are the real star of the show. That's my boy right there. The ruling lord of the hot springs paradise would never let a good discussion about them pass him by. He was as fond of their quality and soothing effects as Reen, enthusiasm undeniably apparent from the warmth of his tone to the wits of his smile. Their medicinal springs happen to be a favorite of mine. I can't help but be fascinated by them time and time again. Can't believe it. I've always known about them, but here's the first place I've been able to feel the way they warm you right to your core. Think we could make one available at the Phoenix Wings? It'd be worth a try, but it comes with its own obstacles. For as many problems as Theo expressed in practical terms, Reen held to just as many proposed solutions. The conversation grew more involved by the minute, leaving the ladies of the house to pleasedly bask in their glow and continue enjoying the meal before them. All four felt the same, that it had been too long since they could enjoy each other's company, but the wait had been well worth it. Okay. That night, after indulging in his post-dinner soak in the springs and telling his family he was going for a walk, Reen departed the inn. Alright, let's do this. He took in a deep breath, the crisp night air of Longlai filling his lungs. The hot springs were an excellent bonus to his trip, to be sure, but it was not the real reason he agreed to visit. Oh? He had come in search of... Oh, it's the old man. He had come in search of Yun Kai-Fai, the famed sword hermit. Master Kai-Fai was the founder of the 8 Leaves One Blade School, of which Reen was a practitioner, and though now over 70 years old, he was still regarded as one of the strongest combatants on the continent. They had not met since before Reen's enrollment in Thor's. Many a letter was exchanged during the 4 years that followed, but even they had stopped after Reen earned the right to call himself a Divine Blade over a year ago. There was so very much he wished to discuss with his master. What he had learned in his 4 years of training, what had transpired since becoming a Divine Blade, the true meaning behind being the final blade to master the 8 Leaves. There's plenty I'd like to ask that have nothing to do with swordsmanship too. All these questions, all impossible to answer without first knowing the whereabouts of a single individual. Even a senior practitioner like Cassius Bright claimed ignorance, having received not a single update from their old master. He had always been an elusive but traceable sort. But wherever he was now, he was next to impossible to track. That was until word of a blade master being sighted in Longlai reached Reen's ears. The man held a fondness for the town's specialities, those being the hot springs and its fragrant tea leaves, making the sighting worthy of particular note. He also knew from the letters, before they stopped, that he intended to journey eastward, making Longlai one of the more plausible stopping points. The word came to him just as the Schwarzers were invited to stay at the inn during their New Year vacation. Reen's instincts told him the timing was a little too fortunate, but with how vague the lead was, even it would most likely result in him leaving it would most likely result in him leaving the same as he had arrived. While he had not discussed the rumor being key to his traveling here, his family seemed to sense it was more than a simple pleasure trip for him. I know Dad would have a great time catching up with him, but I don't want to get his hopes up for nothing. These thoughts in mind, Reen made his way through the night streets. Ooh! Very Eastern. Longlai's architecture was distinctly Eastern, making it a uniquely intriguing sight among most of Calvert's towns and cities. This was not to say it was similar to Crossbell's East Street. With subtle color paired with dignified beauty, every wall and stone exuded the traditional concepts of wabi-sabi. One look was enough to understand the region was rich with history. This quiet charm would give way to contrastly lively evenings, where tourists both westward and farther eastward were greeted to stalls dedicated to the hot springs and more. This too held a traditional sort of charm. Reen asked several merchants if they had any information pertaining to the whereabouts of his master, somewhat sheepishly purchasing a number of souvenirs from their stalls to keep himself from being a nuisance. They, he justified, would make excellent gifts for his friends, his co-workers, and his students. Aww. Oh wow, Reen in a regular trench coat, not the fucking instructor coat. I can't believe it's almost time for them to graduate. I might be more emotional about theirs than I was for mine. For the first time, Reen would get to experience what it was like for the younger birds he had taken under his wing for 2 years to finally leave the nest. Oh wow, 2 years later, Jesus Christ. I wonder if Reen is gonna... I obviously don't want an answer to that, but I do wonder if Reen is gonna appear at some point anywhere in the Calvert games. The first year had been wonderful, to say the least. What had started as a problem class full of disagreements and mounting tension had slowly grown into one of compassion and understanding for one another. It was with each new discovery about themselves and every new ordeal the world sought to impose upon them that they grew not only as individuals, but as a team. He hoped this period would remain as much a meaningful part of their lives as it would always be for him. The months before the Retributive Tower's appearance held many a trial, making the then months that followed in its shadow pass all too quickly. In that time, Reen students continued to mature, building on everything they accomplished in their first year to prepare for and settle into their desired future. Indeed, whether it was by overcoming their demons or by learning to work with them in a healthier fashion, their path up till now had been well worn, and while they may have had to rest from time to time, he was proud to be a part of why their steps continued to face forward. Proud, but also lonely at the thought of saying goodbye. Aww. As their second year drew to a close, lacking in grandiose events but still rewarding in its own right, it was this mixture of emotions that bore conflict within him most. Can't believe I'll be going through it all over again next year, and even the year after that. Hell of a career I chose to pursue, huh? He didn't know when he stopped walking. Realizing this, he resumed his search, paying respect in mind to the many generations of educators who came before him.
No matter where he looked, he could not find Master Kai-Fi in Longlai. It was, however, still too early to say whether the trip had been in vain, as he had at least caught an unverified report of the Blade Master being seen in the mountains to the south. Wandering such terrain at night wasn't going to be ideal, but Reen was already firm on spending the next day with his family. Tonight it would have to be. Making a brief stop to the inn to tuck his souvenirs somewhere secure, he then departed for his new destination. Ooh. The mountains' winding, half-beaten trails would be more treacherous at night, but they were not off limits as such. The key, Reen knew, would be to not rely on sight alone. His senses of hearing and smell, perhaps even touch, were going to be equally vital in the hours ahead. Calling upon his experience and intellect to heighten all 5 senses, he took in his surroundings in full. This really takes me back to the training in the mountains. To call the experience training would imply his time being one of simple tutelage between student and master, but it equated to so much more. The danger then was far worse than it was now, with some days requiring him to set foot in highly dangerous territories just to find a day's food to survive. It sounds like the Kunlun Mountains may have been used for a similar exercise a long time ago. Reen was certain to think on the information gained during his search as he continued along the trail. Searching for evidence of human activity in an environment like this was not a difficult task. Humans always leave something indicative of their presence behind that no wild creature could, be they long-dead fire, footprints, or traces of going on the hunt. One need only follow the lead to other source, to their source. Reen did so, advancing with the caution instilled in him by both his old master and hunting enthusiast of a father. They soon led him precisely to clear evidence that a human had been in the area, though the evidence itself was far from what he expected. Remains of a camp? No, it didn't look like it had been left by martial artists in training or roaming hunters, but the most peculiar thing was that there were multiple sites like the first, all evenly spaced from one to the next. It was as though something was being measured. Maybe this is from a group of scholars doing field research, but it seems too large in scale for that. There was nothing more to be found here, Reen advanced. Soon after, he found another unusual mound of evidence. It's like someone forced their way through here in a car, or more like hacked open a path with a path wide enough for a car to pass through. All further inspections were suggested that whoever was responsible had given up on this endeavor, leading him to wonder if they somehow found success elsewhere. And if they did, why had they done this at all? The question pestered him. If there was anywhere to clear wide paths, the remote depths of the mountains certainly were not it, but instinct told him he was only a step away from discovering the answer. If I keep following this trail a little farther... At this thought, Reen sensed someone approaching. One person. 2 people. Yes, there were 2. And it was clear they were aware of his presence as well. Only for a fleeting second did he think they might be the ones responsible for these strange trails, but a deadly tension that now thickened the air told him these were no simple scholars. He felt them draw near, the night wailing themselves well, and then he felt them stop. How about you show yourselves? He spoke without placing his hands on his tachi, signifying to those watching that he had no desire to fight. Their silhouettes then silently emerged from the darkness, the darkest shadow of the mountains. They looked very much like the shinobi of the east he had heard about, their forms clad from top to bottom in black garments and their faces fully obscured. fucking ninjas? I see your insight poses a threat after all, Divine Blade of the Empire. The contract with our client has yet to begin, but we will make an exception for one among their list of dangerous persons. The silhouettes then charged. They caught him completely off guard, drawing short, straight blades to attack him as they narrowed in. Reen's eyes widened in surprise, but nearly in that same moment he was in a fighting stance, hand over his still sheathed tachi. Fifth form, Morning Moon. He perceived the direction of his foes' attacks to evade them, then mounted a counterattack of his own. All it took was that instant to repel their assault and leave them vulnerable. Ordinarily, this would be the time to take the offensive, but all Reen could do was stare at the two with disbelief. The thought entered my mind as I saw you move, but now that we've crossed blades... He paused, the disbelief in his eyes giving away a more intent gaze. Are you practitioners of the Eight Leaf School? The master was busy. Another pause. This time from the silhouettes before answering, as though they were well aware the question was coming. No, though we do possess ties to the school. We are of the Ikaruga, practitioners of the Black God One Blade School. Okay, that's new. Black God One Blade School? The what? Reen was left stunned. The two Ikaruga held their blades horizontally, ready to thrust them forward at any moment. It was as though they wanted to make clear that while they had been caught off guard once, he would not be so fortunate twice. Reen responded by assuming the middle stance with his tachi. But just as the sides were only a beat away from engaging in battle, oh hi. What could only be described as a black cyclone roared through the darkness at such speed that it seemed certain to slice anything it touched. Its appearance caught Reen by surprise more than the initial attack by the silhouettes. He had not suspected an attack from that angle, that distance, or even that moment. His enemies, on the other hand, did not so much as flinch at the sight. The approaching blade, over an arch and a half in length, was heading directly for Reen's back. He couldn't possibly dodge it now. Perhaps he should have noticed. Perhaps it was impossible to notice. Whatever the answer, the Divine Blade of the Empire would soon fall. The silhouettes waited in for his final moments to be, convinced of no other fate in his future. When Reen spun his body in a full circle, applying the intensity built into his tachi from the motion to swing, the blow made was weighted yet precise, shifting the incoming blade to a new direction without mitigating its near overpowering force. This technique was an application of the first form, Helix. There was no greater course in the moment than to use it to redirect the attack without it even making direct contact. The spinning blade was now significantly off its intended course, but Reen slashed at it again, birthing a shockwave that further shifted its path. The blade went flying airs to the right of the direction it had come from. A hand was there to deftly catch it mid-air. Oh hi. You may have only recently taken the title, but you are worthy of being called the Divine Blade, all the same. You use the unclouded eye well. From this hand emerged a new figure from the darkness. While he was clad in similar garments to the silhouettes,
something about his presence was much more inspired by comparison. His musculature was thoroughly discernible beneath his body covering fortified suit. His every movement, however, slightly reflected a complete lack of hesitation, and the faint light in his eyes, visible through his mask, projected no emotion whatsoever. The man possessed the aura of a true warrior, one projected only by those who have fought more battles than was possible to count. Fall back, he is too formidable a foe for you to handle. The silhouettes slid into the darkness in an instant. Only the new arrival was left to face Rean. I need to know, who are you and why did you attack me? Our contract forbids the disclosure of such information. You will leave this place now, fledgling Divine Blade. The tone was not one of advice, nor one of an order. It was as if the man were stating a fact, his calmness veiling an undertone of malice that told Rean what would happen if he did not do as he was told. I'm afraid I can't do that without an explanation. Not when I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. I understand. Then... There was no longer anything to discuss. All they could do was battle. I, Kurogane of the Rogetsu school, shall be your opponent. Kurogane stood at attention, the large blade he had thrown before now pointed. I'd have rather settled this with words, but I can see that's not an option. Rean sighed, taking his own stance in turn. Then Rean Schwarzer, master of the 8 Leaves One Blade School 7th form, Then Rean Schwarzer, master of the 8 Leaves One Blade School 7th form, shall be yours. The Divine Blade moved instantly. The bizarre weapon Kurogane wielded was less akin to a sword and more 4 equally sized blades arranged in the shape of a cross, their bases connecting to a single point. That he could direct this large weighted shuriken as though it were a simple child's toy spoke volumes about how strong he was. Still, even it was not infallible, for it was not one to be ideally used in close-range combat. Kurogane appeared to have no other key weapons on hand either, meaning that if Rean could force him to fight where he would be at his most disadvantages, he would very likely come out of this the victor. This was what he had in mind when choosing to act first. Second form, Gale. He closed the gap between them, drew his blade, and made a wide swing toward his opponent in the blink of an eye. Kurogane blocked the blow with ease. That, however, meant nothing in the large scheme of things. Rean knew well this man's capabilities. So long as the gap between them was closed, and it was, he considered the attack a success. But just as he thought he would be able to push onward and overpower his foe by mounting a newly fierce assault, Kurogane had split his cross-shaped shuriken in half. The ease at which he did made it clear this was intended by design. Oh cool, there are 2 dual blades now. He can dual wield double sabers? There was no hiding his shock. In the West, double sabers were seen as relics from the Dark Ages that were difficult to utilize. Crow was the only person Rean knew who was competent with one, and only one. The skill it would take to use 2 was almost too difficult to fathom. His surprise created an opening that Kurogane was not going to let pass unexploited. Possessing twin 2-ended blades allowed the shinobi to perform considerably more strikes than Rean, giving him no chance to push back. Steel sparked as their weapons clashed. Kurogane was dominant for some time, but he could do nothing to bolster his advantage. With strike and spark after strike and spark, the advantage was moving back to Rin. This was in part due to him being used to fighting this weapon that defied rationale, but it was also because he had been given the time to find what he was looking for: the perfect range in which to attack. Double sabers were forged with a shorter reach than they appeared to have, something inevitable due to their handle being in the middle. It could have been because he also used them as shuriken, but the length of Kurogane's sabers were even shorter than Crow's, meaning Rin would have to adjust with the longer length of his blade. He measured patiently, staying only just out of Kurogane's reach and evading the onslaught by a hair's breadth each time prior to countering. It was calculated quickly thanks to Kurogane's frequent rapid attacks, meaning all Rin had to do now was wait for the right moment. This moment would come in the form of his opponent showing impatience for this stalled battle, driving him to take an unneeded step forward. Rin evaded the strike expertly, instantly returning it with an upward diagonal slash. The forceful swing of his tachi made contact with the handle of Kurogane's own swung weapon, knocking it clean out of his hand. Pardon? Rin dashed forward to make use of his veiled opportunity, but after only a flicker of bewilderment, Kurogane moved to deny him. He blocked Rin's attack with the double saber still in his possession, then hurled a hidden kunai with his free hand, jumping backward a significant distance while doing so. Very good, Divine Blade of the Eight Leaves. You may pale to the skills of our princess, but you without a doubt deserve your reputation. Princess? Princess? Rin's intonation when unanswered as Kurogane took a notably different stance than before. I shall demonstrate my respect for your skill with my finest technique. This put Rin staunchly on guard. Senses heightened, he focused every nerve in his body, fixing his eyes on whatever was to come of Kurogane, who was now gone. Nothing remained where Rin's opponent had just stood. He hadn't taken his eyes off him, never eased himself for a moment, yet Kurogane was nowhere to be seen. How? Had he moved that quickly? Was it some kind of spatial translocation? But there were no signs to indicate either one. Was it that he never moved at all and was still there, sight unseen? No, that wasn't it either. The double saber Rin had repelled to the ground was also gone. I can still sense him, so he hasn't gone far. Rin suppressed the panic welling up within, owning his senses a second time. That was when another black cyclone swirled toward him from the shadows. He half expected something of this nature, so with little deviation he was able to deflect it, and he did as he did the first time. The attack indicated that Kurogane had reassembled his shuriken after recovering its lost half, as he could throw it again. It also indicated, together with the slight changes in its surroundings, where he was now positioned. Rin needed a little more time to know where he was for certain, but ahead of making a solid conclusion, the cyclone came at him yet again from a new angle. That was fast. Though he blocked this attack as well as the last, before he could fully correct his posture, the next cyclone approached. The gap between was getting shorter and shorter. Jesus Christ. There was another. The time was shorter, and another, shorter. Soon these shortened, smaller cyclones were seemingly growing into a blended grand storm of death, with Rin trapped at its center. This doesn't feel like I'm being attacked by a single person. Did he make phantom copies of himself? He had no idea from where the next cyclone would form, and by the time he located it, the next one was ready. Even the unclouded eye wasn't going to be enough for him to deduce Kuragane's location. He had been able to repel every blade that met with him so far, but that was growing increasingly difficult. I didn't want to use it, but I'm not sure I have a choice. Well aware that doing so would place him in danger, Rin took his mind off the battle. He gave up blocking and evading attacks, dedicated the bare minimum of his focus to not sustaining lethal blows, and focusing his mind inward. He focused on the power that he had long cultivated inside of him, the power he had feared, loathed, and rejected. The power he now relied on, desired, and nearly surrendered himself to. The power he faced with his loved ones at his side, making it a true part of himself. With his mind clear as day, he unleashed his full strength. Enlightened spirit unification. He imbued his Tachi with the great power surging out of him, crying out as he did so, and spinning his body forcibly around to create a bladed circle around him. The energy released by his Tachi repelled all forthcoming shuriken with ease, and with them, Kuragane's phantom copies lurking in the darkness faded to nothing. With that... there you are. He charged toward Kuragane. The man was thoroughly overwhelmed by Rin's sudden counterattack, throwing him completely off balance. There was nothing he could do to repel what would come next. It's time to settle this. Rin swung his Tachi downward while pouring all of his might into a final single strike. But just as the two felt the battle was coming to an end... Zero form, duality. Whoa. The fuck? Accompanied with a voice as beautiful as a bell was a slash tearing through the sky. Its color so black, it threatened to eclipse the moon. It effortlessly stopped Rin's weapon from reaching its target. But that wasn't all. What? With a high-pitched metallic sound, Rin's beloved Tachi was sundered clearly into... Hi? Clearly in two. Princess? Kuragane was also taken aback by this new arrival. I heard what was happening from both our scouts. You could have invited me to join the fun instead of keeping it all to yourself. The words as she chided Kuragane indicated dissatisfaction, but the music of her tone betrayed her excitement. Rin made to see who this mysterious figure was. Oh, hello. And the sight of her alone took his breath away. She was young, wearing a fortified suit that looked to be a marriage of classical and modern Eastern style, with long silver hair. I think I've seen this character. With long silver hair that almost appeared to glow in the pale moonlight. Her age was likely close to Rin's, perhaps a little younger, with well-defined features that still held traces of adolescence, pairing strikingly in contrast to the empty void behind her eyes. There was the air of a young noblewoman who had been sheltered from impurities all her life, and the stench of a baleful warrior who had bathed in the blood of countless lives. How she was both and neither at once, Rin could not understand, but it was this very quality that made her all the more captivating and dangerous. In the woman's left hand was a large black and grey blade that threatened to freeze him for daring a glance at it. No doubt it was what it halved Rin's Tachi moments ago. But what did... Rin fumbled for the words as he clutched the useless handle tightly in his hand. The fair-haired woman only smiled as she looked down upon it. Your weapon was very fine, but it was never any match for my friend, I'm afraid. She spun the black blade in her hands around gently before holding it up towards the night sky, to seemingly display it with pride. It wasn't hard to see why she would boast about possessing such a weapon. He had seen many a blade of historical significance, but instinct told him that hers was better than any of those. The blunt side featured an intricate design of deep gray that, while he could not discern its meaning there and then, he knew was nothing less than a work of art. There was an aura behind it, one cold as ice, that seemed to reject its worldly surroundings, making it capable of cutting through anything it so desired. It came in company with a beautiful hilt of deep red that contrasted its body without feeling out of place. This juxtaposition was in a sense much a reflection of its wielder, with their two opposing natures being distinctive yet also as one. Rin thought as he observed. Her blade was clearly something special, but that alone did not explain the strength behind her attack. He had never heard of the technique she used, but it was certainly connected to the 8 leaves in some way, and the skill she showed in executing it made her equal to a divine blade. He was so fixated as these thoughts rushed through his mind that he was only brought out by her sudden laughter. "I didn't think I'd ever meet you here. I wonder if our old master is behind guiding us to the same place. Or if it's just a happy coincidence." Wait. The manner in which she spoke and her familiarity with Rin gave him a theory. That the technique you just used was really something. Consider me intrigued. It's put you a league above more interesting than our senior practitioners. So he was right. Are you... But before he could hear what he already knew, she turned away, refusing to let him finish the question. "He isn't here, so why don't you run on back to your family? Go and take the most of your vacation. Just don't let your skill with the blade slip. The world will need it again one day." She spoke with a certain satisfaction as she pointed down to the other half of his broken blade. And then she leaped high, seemingly disappearing on the other side of the moon. Rin could only stare dumbfounded as she vanished. He couldn't even speak. Kuragana left with her. Wow. The Ikaruga, the Black God One Blade School, and our senior practitioners. Rin had been unable to fulfill his objective, and not just that, he was left with countless new questions about the people he encountered and the mountain itself. He felt there was meaning behind being guided to this specific place, but how important it was or what it entailed, he did not know. And yet, the person responsible for discerning that won't be me. Looking down on his broken Tachi, he was struck anew with how massive the world truly was. And he realized that, now that his master was confirmed to be elsewhere, the purpose of his visit to Longlai was nothing more than to enjoy a wonderful, ordinary vacation with his family. This meeting here was but a peculiar coincidence. For now, at least. When I get back, I'll need to reforge my Tachi. And myself. Something stirred in this region, all across Calvard, but there was nothing he could do about that as he was. All he could focus on was training and bettering himself so he could one day play a part against the next threat that loomed over the distant horizon. New resolve welling in his soul, he made his way through the now still mountain trail back to where his loving family awaited. Another hot spring paradise, the end. Well, that is a way to introduce a character for the next set of games. Interesting. Oh! A thread now appeared. Okay. What is this then? An unconventional student. So that's one thread of fate leading into the future. Now, is it symbolizing Reen? Or is it symbolizing her? Or both? April, year 1208 of the Septian calendar. Aramis. Aramis Academy is a famous educational institution in the Calvardian capital of Edith. The name derives from an artist central to Calvard's democratic revolution 100 years ago. Also, I'm melting. This was also reflected in its goal of nurturing new talent and helping to forge a brighter future for a new republic. The Academy placed great value on traditional education, of course, but it also encouraged the perspective of new cultures and values, attracting many an independent mind from across Emuria. It was also a storied place of learning that reflected the Republic's views as a whole. This story, for its part, begins not long after the springtime festival held yearly to welcome the new student body. It was just another morning at the academy, countless students shuffling through its grounds, when one of them in particular happened to draw an unusual amount of attention. The young lady had long... Is she gonna beat Calvert? Okay. The young lady had long, soft, violet hair crowned with a black ribbon. Okay. Her figure had been cut very respectively as she matured into a young woman of 17 years. Wow. Jesus Christ. This is taking me now back. Holy fuck. I remember this idiot as a little pipsqueak. As a bloodthirsty pipsqueak, but a pipsqueak. And yet her face still held traces of girlhood days bygone. The beauty she was, she never failed to turn inquisitive heads as she strolled along. Wow! What a difference! Holy shit! Her name was Ren Bright. She was a second-year student from Janice Royal Academy in Liberl, now studying in Aramis as part of an exchange program. Okay, she's gonna be in the Kuro games then. What the fuck? She had only just arrived in the spring. Ren's goal in attending was not to further her education. She had been considered highly gifted since she was a child, having already earned several doctorates in years past, and there was little more a new academy could reasonably teach her. Her goal in reality was to use it as a front to operate freely in Calvard. It was hard to find one better than being a student. She already found the role relatively foolproof during her time at Janice. Even if there were limits to how much a student could get away with, society as a whole was soft on school children. To move freely would also require drawing as little attention as possible. She aimed to conduct herself modestly, as any elegant young lady who wished to remain unseen should during her time at Aramis. Aramis, whatever. There was just one very big problem with this plan. Good morning, Miss Bright. Isn't she just gorgeous? Look, I see her. She's so beautiful, and everyone says she's just as smart too. All she had to do was walk down the hall to be showered with greetings and whispers of envy and admiration. Her looks alone were already enough to make her the talk of the school, but after one of the teachers let slip that she received a perfect score on her entrance exam, there was suddenly not a single person who didn't know her name. The other students cared not how much she wanted to avoid drawing attention. She was getting it whether she liked it or not. Naturally, not everyone was pleased with her booming popularity this new transfer student had attained in less than a month. While most were busy fawning over Ren's arrival that morning, another group watched the charade unfold from the shadows echoing audible thoughts and displeasure. Ren had yet to be enrolled in any clubs, so as soon as the day's lessons had come to an end, she packed her belongings and stood to leave. A word, if I may, Miss Bright. It was a fellow classmate, surrounded by a small faction of students clearly loyal to their King Bee. Oh god, who is this asshole? This guy already uses bullshit. Certainly. Though instinct told her this was not going to be a conversation she wanted to have, she made an effort to pretend otherwise. She would not be provoked into behaving as anything but a mature, modest young lady. I've been wanting to get to know you better for some time now, you see, so I was wondering if you might join me for dinner this evening. The boy, Roland Griffith, presented a gentlemanly smile. Ren was very much used to being asked out like this, and never once did she accept. She always made up some excuse to turn them down. Today would be no different. I'm ever so sorry, but I'm afraid I have something urgent to take care of after school today. Some other time, perhaps. This was usually enough to get them to give up, but Ronald was a persistent one. Well, that won't do. I have something very important to discuss with you. And I've already booked us a table at a very fine restaurant, so we could discuss in detail. Is there really no way your business can wait? There was something ominous about his smile. Ren couldn't help but be curious what he was thinking. I'm afraid it can't. I'm sorry after you've gone out of your way to prepare ahead of time. Still, I could spare a little time now, so I'd be happy to talk here if that's alright. So not tonight then, a pity. Ronald Stone read one less of genuine sadness and more irritation than things were not going according to plan. Well aware that he let slip his true feelings on the matter, he quickly composed himself and smiled. Now is better than ever, I suppose. This does concern everyone in the room, so perhaps it's all for the better said here. To this, Ren glanced around the room, noticing that only she, Ronald, and his lackeys were all who remained. Most were likely on their way home or in their respective clubs, while some would have ordinarily been in the classroom at this hour. She was certain none wanted anything to do with Ronald and his group. He took a step forward, then began to speak. I'm well aware, Miss Bright, that you have come all the way from distant Liberl to be here. It's not unusual for students to transfer from afar for family reasons. But I hear in your case you came to Culver just to learn in these hallowed halls. I cannot help but deeply admire your spirit and thirst for knowledge. Pure theatrics, this one. At the same time, I worry about you. Brilliant you may be, but living alone in a far-off land must be a terrible, lonely and challenging affair. We all need someone to depend on in our lives, and that would be especially so in your situation. So if you don't mind me saying so, Miss Bright, I believe you're in need of someone to look after you, to protect you. Sure, the former killer needs that. At last he shut up, giving Ren a chance to respond. She scrutinized him closely. In short, you'd like for me to join your circle of friends, correct? Ronald's smarmy smile, I've never heard that word. Smarmy smile broadened. His father was a senator in the Republic's parliament, meaning he held a significant amount of political power. His son used this to his full advantage. Ever since joining the academy, Ronald had used his father's name to form a faction of sorts among the students, forcibly building his reputation until he was the leading candidate for student council president in an election staged in half a month's time. His goal, Ren assumed, was to bring the hottest talk of the academy into his faction to further secure his chances of victory. I think you'll find that joining us would help you feel much more secure and at home here. Or perhaps you don't yet appreciate just how much of a difference having someone like me backing you would make on the life of an exchange student. True, she mused inwardly. Being in a group of high social standing would make it easier for her to gather information. If she could leverage his father's connections to build more of her own, that would pay itself in dividends in the days to come. The pompous boy had no way of knowing the actual circumstances that brought her to Aramis, but his proposal was in fact very beneficial to her. She returned his smile with a modest one of her own as she answered. "You're kind to think so much of me, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline." Clear, unambiguous rejection. Ronald's lips were still curled into a smile, but he could not hide the twitch in his brow, nor could his lackeys hide their shock. They had, by all accounts, expected her to answer the opposite. "Are you sure you won't consider Miss Bright? Surely someone as brilliant as yourself can see why accepting my offer would be in your best interest. I fear if you don't know, you may well come to regret it." The last words were a hair slower and deliberate to intimidate her. Ren, of course, was never going to fall for it. "I'll admit it is a tempting proposal, tempting enough to inspire one to consider helping a certain someone win the student council election. If only that someone weren't you." "What did you just say?" The sudden taunt caught him completely off guard, resulting in a flare of irritation escaping him. Ren, for her part, was unruffled by the change. "I'm... Jesus. I imagine you don't need me to explain why, but I will be sure. I will to be sure. I've been very aware that the threatening glares I always attracted on the way to school every morning have been coming from all of you. They've been a constant in my life ever since just before the festival." All were flabbergasted by this statement, their silence confirming what she said to be true. She continued. "Now you have every right to regard me with caution. I'm well aware of how much I stand out despite my best efforts. Taking potential threats under your own wing is a strategically sound move too. However, that your target was so easily able to see through your scheme shows everyone here just how inept you really are. I have better things to do than assist someone so incompetent and small-minded." With a shrug and sigh in a somewhat dramatic fashion, Ren stood before Ronald, his shoulders trembling from rage. "Good day to you all." Ren gave a courteous nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room, paying no mind to the wide eyes and open slack jaws she left behind. So Agate ended up getting pretty beat up from another one of Mom's crazy jobs she threw at him. Okay, Tita. We did get some good data out of it, but ouch. Your mom is always so funny. That night in the dormitory, Ren and Tita were engrossed in deep conversation through their laptops. Oh wow, she looks so different as well, holy fuck. But it's always same old with all of you. I'm surprised there's anything of Agate left with how often you tell me she has him nearly facing death. You two are in a rut. I know something that could spice things up. Maybe try adding a little romance to the mix, like a couple of bright-eyed lovebirds we know. But we have agreed to go somewhere next week, so we're not in a complete rut. Oh, is something actually happening? Well, isn't that something? The stairs to adulthood await you, my dear friend. Ren! Tita graduated from the branch campus in Erebonia just as Ren left for Calvard, leaving them no time to spend with one another in person. That wasn't ideal, of course, but from a hint of sadness came the habit of talking like this once a week so they could stay in each other's lives. They discussed anything from their new lives and environments to the fruits of their research, occasionally stumbling into a serious topical matter or two along the way. It sounds like a legal confrontation between the Verne Company and Epstein Foundation is inevitable at this point. I know, I can't believe this is really happening. Both frowned at their screens. A recent development concerning the Calvardian industrial giant Verne Company had become a key source of concern for them of late. Alright. That's an interesting figure on the right. Verne Industrial Company, huh? It began soon after Crossbell returned to normalcy after the Supreme Leaders take over the... It began soon after Crossbell returned to normalcy after the Supreme Leaders take over the previous year. Professor Erica Russell approached the Verne Company to propose that they join the West Zemurian Tech Union that she had been hard at work forming. And to no one's surprise, they refused. But before Erica and the rest of the engineers involved could ever finish getting ready to go and change Verne's mind, something happened to make the Union the least of anyone's priorities. The independent development of a new generation of Orbans, and their generation's long partner in this subset of technology, the Epstein Foundation, would not be a collaborator. The latter had been key supporters of Zemuria's Orban development and Orbal technology in general since their very inception. Battle Orbans were no exception to this. The Foundation had known their way around them since the very first model, drafting the incredible concept that had been used as a base ever since. Even the Reinford Company before the Battle of Jormungandr had not thought to develop their Arcus models on their own, instead favoring to develop them in partnership with the Storied Institute. The announcement was quite simple, unprecedented, and it sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The Epstein Foundation was also less than pleased about being cast aside in this manner. While there were certainly larger concerns regarding who owned the patent to this technology, the greater concern was that their stable position in the industry as a whole was not becoming unstable. They initially responded by attempting to resolve this through peaceful means, but when those attempts proved fruitless, it was reported that they were prepared for what could only be an ugly international legal dispute. I'd say Verne has the upper hand if this ever makes it to court. Unlike their previous Ramda ornaments, the 6th generation is designed to set a whole new standard. All of its main features are packed with new tech, with some new features still being kept under wraps. I wonder what those are. What could they be trying to develop that's important enough to ruin their relationship with the Foundation? Oh, I'll tell you, Sentai technology. Though I have heard about the government telling the Verne Company to focus more on weapons development. I have too. Sounds like they're planning to significantly revamp the military's weaponry. The official story is that they are planning on slimming the military down, but if they're pairing that with the latest in weapons development, then they're still just as powerful, maybe more so. As part of the war's ceasefire agreement, Arabonia was required to downsize their military, bringing it more in line with that of Calvert's. Yet, if the Republic were to expand their capabilities of its military, this recently forced equilibrium in superpowers would be quickly broken. Whatever may be true, I've got a lot of questions I need answers to. Maybe it would be worth visiting the Verne Company headquarters in Basel at some point. You haven't learned anything more about where Professor Hamilton is at the moment, right? Nothing new or concrete at least. It sounds like she's continuing her research eastward, but I haven't heard anything more specific than that. Mom and Grandpa haven't had any luck in contacting her either. I'm not surprised, since that area isn't very well connected, but it's still unfortunate. She's a lot more personable than Professor Schmidt, so having her on our side would help a lot. Tita could only laugh. Yeah, there's a lot of varying stories going around how about PMCs and stuff like that. It makes me wonder if none of this would ever be happening if she was still acting as an advisor for the Vern Company. The deeper into the conversation they went, the more Tita could feel her spirits sinking. The political climate in Western Zemuria was unusually stable at the moment, with its nations basking in prosperity. But she could not shake off the feeling that this peace was built over rotting wood, and that it could all come crashing down with but the slightest provocation. This was becoming especially true in the tech world, as it had undergone rapid growth in recent years compared to other fields. So rapid, in fact, that no base could possibly sustain its sudden weight without cracks beginning to form. Try not to dwell too much on the worst case scenario, Tita. This piece might rest on a knife's edge, but there's still plenty we can do to preserve it. That's why I'm here right now, and that's also why you're working so hard too. We could find a million problems in the world if we wanted, but pessimism isn't going to make them go away, right? The words filled Tita with the right amount of comfort she needed in that precise moment. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Ren. They continued on, losing track of time as they talked well into the night. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 12. Well, it's getting late, so I should probably be going. I'll talk to you soon, okay? Alright, good night, Tita. Night. Oh! Tita suddenly remembered something. The exclamation stopped Ren just as she was about to end the call. Estelle and Joshua told me to ask if you're doing okay in school. Those two always worry too much. You'd think I wasn't talking to them too. She couldn't help but remember her interaction with Ronald after class, but Ren quickly drove the thought from her mind. It wasn't worth dredging up. Tell them they can rest easy. Everything's fine. Good. They wanted me to let them know if you were being bullied so they could fly over and help. Ren could only sigh. Honestly, do they think I can't keep myself safe from a few schoolyard bullies? Actually, they said they were more worried about what you do to them than what they do to you. True. At her friend's silence, Tita couldn't help but burst out laughing. I worry about you too, obviously, but they're probably right. How awful of you. Even if that were to happen to me, I wouldn't do half of what you're imagining. Not anymore, anyway. See? It's saying that kind of thing makes people worry. I'm a lady now. I need the magnanimity to forgive the transgressions of others. I'm also trying to do what I can to avoid standing out too much at school. You can try, but I think that's always been a lost cause. Anyway, now I'm really going to go before I remember anything else. Say hi to Zin for me if you run into him. I'm planning to go and see him when everything calms down here, so will do. I've been meaning to go and see someone else I've been indebted to in the past too. By the time the two of them had finished talking and ended the call, one day had given way to the next. The morning dawned yet another day of school. However, just as she left her classroom in the main building at the start of lunch and went to descend the staircase, she felt someone suddenly draw near from behind her. Reflexively, she dodged out of the way. A female student then entered her field of vision. She had lost her balance, her expression a mix of fear and surprise. She passed through the spot Ren had been moments before, but her momentum showed no sign of fading. If someone didn't stop her, she was going to start tumbling down the stairs. Ren was quick to grab her and pull her close. She supported the girl's weight with one arm, with all the grace of someone taking part in a ballroom dance, saving her from falling. Several students happened to witness the event unfold and could not help but elicit gasps of admiration. Noticing that the girl's eyes were still unfocused, Ren gently addressed her. "Are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you?" Finally realizing the situation she was in, the girl, whose face had become quite red, quickly straightened her posture in a fluster. "Yes, I'm okay." "You're Ren Bright from the next class over, aren't you? Thank you so much for helping me." "You're very welcome. But I would have to caution you from losing your composure like that right next to a staircase. Do you have some really urgent business to take care of?" The girl first frowned in response, then paused to think, then answered. "Nothing I can think of. It's weird, but even though it was probably my imagination, it felt like someone had pushed me from behind." Obviously, no one here would do that, so I must have just bumped into someone by accident. She thanked her rescuer again before disappearing into the distance. The situation she had deemed her imagination, however, lingered in Ren's mind. If I hadn't sensed something was amiss, both of us would have fallen down the stairs. We could have been badly hurt. Was it really just a coincidence, or was it a deliberate action by someone who wants to hurt me? If it was the latter, she didn't have anything to support this theory, but with it came a familiar sensation. The feeling of malicious stares focusing on her from the shadows. It took surprisingly little time for her suspicions to gain evidence. After finishing gym class the next day, Ren made for the classroom and began preparing for her next lesson. As she did, she immediately noticed something was amiss. All of her textbooks had been glued shut with an excessive amount of adhesive. Try as she did to open them, it was a lost cause to get to even a single page. It was an obvious attempt to harass her. The culprits behind the act were equally obvious. Not far from where Ren was sitting, Ronald Griffith and his lackeys, whom she so memorably turned away 2 days prior, were snickering to themselves, their eyes mockingly focused on Ren all the while. They're not even interested in hiding that they're what they're like anymore. I'm sure at this point they want me to know who did it to intimidate me. This latest development also confirmed in her mind that they were responsible for trying to push her down the stairs the day before. What a pitiful sight they were. Because she refused to join their group, her existence was, in their eyes, now nothing more than a hindrance to Ronald's campaign for student council president. They would stop at nothing to either break her spirit and force her to join, or shame her into lowering her popularity among the student body. It didn't matter that Ren had no interest in taking part in the election. After further inspecting the state of her textbooks, Ren's expression grew difficult to read. I think I can make them usable again, but not in what little time I have left before class. The bell soon chimed to signal the start of her lesson. Ren left the textbooks out on top of her desk, making no effort to open them throughout. Her instructor was, of course, less than pleased about this perceived slight against them, picking her to answer a question as an attempt to chide her poor behavior. "Miss Bright, please read the next paragraph aloud for us." Ronald and his friends let out a series of pleased giggles at this, their minds delighted at the thought of a flustered Ren being told off and humiliated in front of the entire class. But what transpired in reality played out very differently from their fantasies. Without missing a beat, Ren did exactly as she was told, reciting the selected paragraph she had been asked to read word for word, and all while her textbook remained closed. Did you memorize the entire book? Even the instructor could not hide their surprise. But of course, as a student of Aramis Academy, I would never dare to compromise in preparing for my lessons. Ren responded with such grace that she, of course, drew in more sighs and coos of admiration for both their instructor and peers alike. It was only Ronald and his Posey who groaned with sullen expressions. The next incident came on Ren's way to school the next morning. She entered the school gates with the horde of other students and was just about to step into the building when she noticed a foul smell coming from above her. She looked upward, noticing a portion of the fencing surrounding the building's rooftop was falling directly above her. Other students noticed at the same time, letting out screams of horror and worries they could do nothing about it. I could get out of the way easily if I wanted to, but the fencing was over 2 arcs in length. She could escape unharmed, but then other students around her would likely not. That was a risk she was unwilling to take. Grasping the battle ornament hidden in her bag, she cried out, "Airstrike!" A sphere of wind formed in response to her incantation, flying upward at high speeds. She carefully controlled its power so that instead of sending the fence flying, it simply cancelled out the momentum instead, allowing her to hop and catch it with ease. This was no accident. The smell makes it obvious. It was the distinct scent of a liquid extracted from a certain plant monster. One of its properties was to imitate the natural corrosion of metal, resulting in its application in certain solvents. This made the fence falling a deliberate action the perpetrator had been trying to disguise as an accident, and with Ren having been the target of several malicious acts already, the culprit was clear. Again, she could feel the presence of those familiar hateful stares pouring into her from the shadows. But again, as well, they were not the only ones with eyes on her. Whoa! That was awesome! Did you see that? Is there anything that she can't do? Ren's quiet meditation was disrupted by a multitude of cheers and applause from all around her. As if she were a performer just about to leave the stage, she gave an elegant bow in response. This would not be the last time she endured harassment from Ronald's group, but each and every time they thought they bested her, she would handle herself with exemplary skill, their efforts only serving to make her more popular. The state of affairs continued for several more days before a seemingly out of patience Ronald summoned Ren behind the school building after lessons were over for the day. He stood oppressively before her, his lackeys behind him, with the composure he attempted to feign before now replaced by a plain vile anger. Let me give it to you straight, Ren Bright. You are an eyesore. Even that gentlemanly air he impersonated before was gone. Really? Well, that's not a very polite thing to say to a classmate. Don't try to act cute and innocent. I put too much damn time and mira into building my position up at this academy. But who's always the center of attention instead? It's you. It's always you. It's like you're deliberately trying to sabotage my chances of success, and that's the last thing I can afford right now. The more livid Ronald became, the more unruffled Ren was in turn. You're only sabotaging yourself by setting me up to succeed over and over again. You are aware of that, aren't you? Had she not been forced to defend herself against him over and over again, she would not have received nearly as much attention. This being pointed out caused Ronald to return an audible thought of frustration. Who cares about how it happens? The point is, this has gone on long enough, so I'm going to have to ask you to step off the stage for a while. What do you mean? Ronald seemed to present some of his initial cool when they first talked as he answered. Oh, I mean something very simple. You just won't come to school until the election is over. And if I refuse? To this he raised a hand, and in response his lackeys stepped forward to surround her. The boys were unusually well built for their age, showing off their hulking forms in hopes of intimidating her. Refusing is not an option, I'm afraid. If you aren't going to oblige me willingly, we will just have to make it so you can't come to school for a while. His lackeys cracked their knuckles dramatically to clarify their leader's intent. Well, that's no good. I think we both know that would constitute a grave violation of the school rules. Something about her inflection caused him to mistake her commentary as showing a hint of fear, further fueling their desire to dominate the situation. No one's watching a place like this, and even if someone did happen to see, my father is a politician. He can make it go away. If they don't willingly choose to ignore what they saw in defense to my position, that is, everyone at this academy seems to already know their place, you see. Everyone except you. His smile then was so unpleasant that a sigh escaped Ren. Oh, I think you were the one who doesn't know your place. I don't want to be rough with him after what Tita said, but he needs to be taught a good, hard lesson. Ronald continued on, oblivious to what was running through his apparent victim's mind. Now do as I say. His lackeys drew closer, readying to seize her. I'll keep it mild, but I still want this to hurt for them, just enough to set them on the right track. I don't think Estelle or Joshua would object to that. But just as she was about to act, stop this at once. A girl's shout could be heard from the direction of the school building. She was, of course, not shouting at Ren. And who are you? Ronald was visibly irritated, though the girl appeared to be visibly nervous. She continued to stand her ground. Oh, is she one of the main protagonists for Kuro? I think she is. Okay. I didn't mean to listen in, but I couldn't help but overhear what was happening here. You can't go through with this. What you're doing is wrong. The girl stepped forward till she was directly in front of Ren to protect her from the schoolyard bullies. As she did so, the lights revealed sleek, dazzling blonde hair. Oh yeah, it is. Dazzling blonde hair that shimmered much like the sunshine above. Ren recognized her to be a first-year student who lives in the dormitory next to her own. They weren't close to one another. At most, they only exchanged polite greetings with one another as they passed each other in the hall. She always seemed like a quiet, polite young woman with a good upbringing. However, not the type whose eyes would glow with resolve as she put her well-being on the line for someone else's. Ren was surprised by this, as was Ronald, though he was less than impressed. He never fathomed that another student would dare to resist him. One thing he did sense was that her resistance was little more than a brave front. With excitement at the thought of stripping that front bare, he grew a sadistic smile and addressed her. Is it now? Well, how fortunate for me that I have you to show me the error of my ways. Ren can wait. You're a first year, I assume? I'm going to need to give you a lesson and just how right and wrong works in our society. Upon his signal, his lackeys shifted to surround their new target over Ren. She began to tremble as danger closed in on her, but still she did not move. Don't you dare! This time it was Ren who spoke up. I'll give you what you want, so don't you dare touch her. But... You sure about that? She wasn't planning on that response, but Ronald was more than happy to have his way in any form. I'll stay away from school for a while. That's what you want, right? But then you... The experience of studying abroad has been rather tiring for me, so maybe I do need some rest. Ren's voice was gentle in an attempt to assume the kind girl's concerns. Ronan, meanwhile, made no attempt to hide the joy he felt at victory, laughing heartily with all the glee of a spoiled child. Good, now everyone knows their place here. I see no reason to harm either of you now that I've gotten what I want. Consider yourself lucky now that I've decided to let you go. Ronald turned away and made to leave. His lackey is following suit. Good day to you then. When next we meet, this school will be all mine. And then he was gone. With only the girls left behind the school building, the younger of the two looked up at the senior, at her senior, concern welling in her expression. I really am alright. You're very kind to worry. Ren's smile was one of genuine kindness. From then on, Ren did indeed stop coming to school, citing illness as the official reason behind her absence. The students then gathered in the Academy's auditorium several days later for the long-awaited student council election. Aramis Academy as a whole placed great importance on the autonomy of its students, and as such, the student council exercised an unusual amount of power. It also weighed upon them a massive amount of responsibility, such as being the sole planner for the Academy's festival, a symbol and celebration of spring in the capital. This, however, also led to the position being a major status symbol, even long after graduation. All of this was why a large number of students put their names forward to become the student council president every year. Yet this year, a great majority of the most promising candidates dropped out under mysterious circumstances, leaving only Ronald and others associated with him on the ballot. I couldn't exactly boast about winning by default. Ronald and his supporters sat in the rest area, chuckling among themselves at the whole affair. Perhaps his name wasn't the only one in the ballot, but none of the others had done any certifiable campaigning, meaning his election was positively assured. Eventually, the time came for him to give his speech. It was a compelling one. He played the part of a respectable young gentleman as he delivered it, speaking with that same silver tongue he inherited well from his father. There were some moments where he failed to hide his arrogance, but as no one else had prepared a speech to give, this was not the blow to his campaign it otherwise would have been. Now, if you could turn your eyes to the screen. The screen he spoke of was at the back of the auditorium. This was a rather notable feature to have in a school building, to have anywhere, and was installed several years prior for use in lectures and to display recreational films. Other nations had yet to indulge in such luxuries, showing just how far ahead Calvert was in its technology. Up until then, students had used it to display photographs during their speeches, but Ronald intended to take it another step further. He wanted to share a promotional video, and not a simple makeshift self-produced one that might ordinarily be presented by an amateur, but rather a professional work he paid a considerable amount of mira for. Its quality was genuinely impressive. His victory was written in stone, but this, he knew, would cement it that much more. Convinced this would serve as the perfect beginning to his ascension to the top of the social hierarchy, he started the video. The musical number it played was rousing, fitting. What would follow then was Ronald appearing on screen. So, how much mira do you want for supporting me? I can make it worth your while. What? The video playing before them was not the one intended. Rather than an inspiration show of how he could bring to the student body, it was a recording of him buying off one of his opponents just days before. As hushed whispers of confusion spread throughout the auditorium, the next clip played. If you know what's good for you, you'll withdraw your candidacy right now, or the only thing you'll be president of is a hospital bed. Next was an equally unexpected scene of Ronald intimidating another candidate into withdrawing from the race. As it continued, Ronald realized what was going on. Someone out there had replaced his carefully prepared video with another. The initially hesitant whispers exploded into loud enough murmurs that he had to raise his voice over them in his attempt to quell the situation. This is all forgery. Someone is attempting to frame me. But just at that moment, as if waiting for his cries of denial, a girl's voice resounded from the auditorium's entrance. I'm afraid it is all entirely genuine. Her voice rang out with wonderful clarity, charming all who heard it. She ran her hand through her violet hair and flipped it back as she talked and walked slowly toward the stage. Get fucked. Bribing potential threats, blackmailing, threatening, even executing violence against others, and many other cases of bullying besides. You are guilty on every single count, Ronald Griffith. Before anyone could fully understand what was happening, this student was on the stage and staring Ronald down. All eyes were fixed upon this elegant figure. Indeed, without any effort at all, she had the air of a protagonist from some epic tale making her long-awaited appearance. Damn it, Ren Bright, must you insist on getting in my way at every turn? He growled through a sheet of sheer anger. In contrast, the recently absent Ren responded with brilliant composure. You are the one getting in the way of the fair running of this important election. Your countless crimes have made a mockery of the whole process. Ren then turned from Ronald to the rest of the student body as she continued to list his crimes alongside the still running video. Some elicited frowns, others sympathy, others complete silence, but by the time she was finished, all were united in a single overpowering emotion. Anger. It brings me no joy to say this about a fellow student, but I'm afraid it must be said. Ronald Griffith, you do not deserve to even attend this prestigious academy, much less be the president of its student council. Similar censor from other students followed in rapid succession. Yeah, she's right. Stop running our academy, ruining our academy. You've gone too far. Ren's accusation wasn't the only reason for their anger. The students of Aramis had long loathed Ronald's oppressive behavior. They only hadn't spoken out before because they were afraid of his father's power. Now that they realized he could be stopped, their anger had reached an explosive boiling point. Ronald suddenly found himself at the center of a torrent of abuse. He looked to his lackeys for support, but even they refused to meet his gaze. It then dawned on him just how fragile all he thought he built was. Rage gave way to an instant deep despair, and casting a glare of pure hatred toward Ren, Ronald hurriedly sprinted out of the auditorium. Only when he was completely out of sight did the air erupt with cheers of joy. In the end, addressing the aftermath of the election took long enough that by the time she left for the gates, it was already evening. Yet even with how late it was, instead of walking her usual route home, she stepped off the path to enter an entirely unoccupied park. How does this work? No one is going to interrupt us here, so how about you come on out? In response to her words, Ronald emerged before her for the first time since he ran away earlier in the day, and with 10 or so companions in tow. These men weren't his usual lackeys, but instead vicious figures with dark expressions and gaudy clothing. They were clearly not students of the academy. More than likely, they belonged to some local gang. You don't keep very good company outside of school now, do you? With how they're dressing up, I assume you must be off to a party or something. I am going to wipe that smug smirk right off that face for good, Ranbright. My dazzling future in the politics was guaranteed. But now you've gone and ruined everything. What am I supposed to say to my father now? That's your problem, not mine. Or are you so small a man that you can't own up to the consequences of your own mistakes? Not a second passed between his outburst and the manner in which she snapped back, causing his temper to grow twice as wild. That's it. I don't care what it takes. You're going to pay for thinking you could cross me and get away with it. Have it her. There won't be any consequences for going too far. My father will see to that. The men sprung into motion upon Ronald's signal, but what followed made them doubt their eyes. Yep, get fucked. Ronald could not understand what just unfolded before him. His eyes relayed the information well enough, but his mind rejected it completely. The second after he ordered his new lackeys to attack, Ren had produced a mysteriously sized black and gold scythe from thin air. This in itself was beyond comprehension, but it wasn't the last thing to be so. The scene was like a cat toying with a powerless cornered mouse, except in this shocking case, Ren was the cat, and his men were the mice. They surrounded her at first, and yet all it took was a single swing of her conjured weapon to cause most of them to collapse to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, their confidence had crumbled with their bodies. The mice made to scurry as fast as they could, but the cat gleefully gave chase. There were even moments where she let a few think they had gotten away, only for her to immediately close the gap between them. It was only after she was bored that she would knock them unconscious, like the rest, and she would seek delight in her next hunt. Like having sacks of potatoes, the man fell one by like heavy sacks of potatoes, the man fell one by one, until only Ren and Ronald were left. This can't be happening. A young man was still struggling to come to terms with what he just witnessed as Ren stretched her limbs like a bored child still gearing up to play. Amateurs. I only lost one of them. I thought I could at least have a little fun. Oh, but don't worry, I didn't actually slaughter them. She turned her gaze from the spectacle of her own creation to Ronald. Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment, perhaps, Ronald? Ronald twitched in fear at the mention of his name. In this moment, she was now nothing more than a beast in human skin. Stay away from me. My father is in Parliament, you know. Try anything on me and you'll regret it. Her response was an expression of pure pity, before tossing what appeared to be a magazine at his feet. It's one of today's tabloids. You might find its contents relevant. What? At first he was baffled by this shift, but the second he peeked at the cover, his face went pale. Representative Griffith, suspected of bribery and connections to organized crime, read the headline in giant punchy lettering. There's a whole special feature on your dearest daddy, complete with evidence. It mentions that the CID is going to be conducting an investigation as well, so this may be the last day you can say he is in Parliament. My condolences. No! So visceral was his shock at the news that the simple word was all he could muster. Even then, Ren wasn't finished. So now that he's been removed from the equation, I'll ask again, would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment? She edged closer and closer, scythe in hand and a sadistic smile lacing her lips. Ronald tried to retreat in fear before tipping over a rock and falling hopelessly on his backside. All he could do was watch her as though she were the Grim Reaper, tears and snot streaming down his face. Be a doll and play with me, then you'll understand why they used to call me the Angel of Slaughter. She raised her sight above her head and readied it to swing it downward before realizing what she said. Oops, a grown woman wouldn't play with dolls, though, would she? And here I thought I could better control my childish glee. She covered her mouth with her free hand, blushing with feminine modesty at her slip-up. None of this was behavior befitting the proper lady she wanted to reflect. After composing herself, she turned her attention back to her prey, only to see he was already unconscious. Finished? As she left the park, a calm young man called out to her. Oh? I certainly am. Ren met eyes with a brown-skinned young man leaning covertly against one of the trees. It was safe to assume he had witnessed the entire affair unfold. Alright, new character as well. Alright, they're sneaking in all of the fucking protagonists for the Kuro games, huh? He glanced inside the park for a brief moment before speaking with slight but genuine admiration. You really are something. In what way? In every way. Even if I was more struck by the hacking abilities of the famous Kitty than the combat prowess of the infamous Angel of Slaughter. Oh, this guy knows shit. Still hard to believe you managed to find dirt on his big dad that easily. Ren's response was matter of fact, showing no sign his praise had gone to her head. Most people just aren't as cautious about cybersecurity as they ought to be. Understandable, but how new most are to it. Of course, it isn't nearly as easy as this when you're dealing with leading corporations and politicians at the top of the food chain. You made it sound like you've tried before. Maybe I have. Ren's smile was both cryptic and darling. I've been more impressed with you. Oh, I've been more impressed with you. You were quick to write a piece that's scathing while also finding me exactly the proof I needed. I'm glad Grace introduced us. Oh. Just doing my job. The man's name was Dingo, and he was a professional reporter for a tabloid. He was extremely capable at his job, very well connected, and held a reputation for never shying away from danger. After being introduced to one another by Grace Lynn, he and Ren made a deal with one another just a few days prior. Okay, so he's gonna be our Grace for that region. The terms were simple. Dingo would provide Ren with proof of Ronald's misdemeanor, and Ren would use her hacking abilities to provide evidence of his father's crimes. Both were now reaping the rewards of the other's success. Though I'll admit that I did get some help from a friend, he was none too pleased about being asked to look into a scummy politician's equally scummy son, but he pulled through. Oh. You just have all kinds of connections, don't you? This is really hard to tell who is talking. She did sense someone other than Dingo was acting on her behalf while she was off school, but she wasn't sure who that someone was. This curious sensation regarding their identity remained as she continued the conversation. You know, I'm surprised you didn't meet with any resistance in running that story. That just goes to show how big a fan the government was of Griffith. They let him alone because he didn't actively oppose the current president's party, but from the CID's perspective, This chance to take him down was about as good as it was going to get. That doesn't sound like something Miss Taito Master over there would do. I can't say I like the feeling of being used by her, but oh well. Oh, that was him still. Miss Taito Master. Okay. Dingo then made a curious observation. Oh, never mind, that was her. I have to wonder why you went to such lengths to get rid of a small fry like him. He really bothered you that much? Ren glanced briefly at Ronald, still collapsed on the ground of the park before shrugging her shoulders dismissively. Not in the least. I didn't intend for this to go as far as it did either. I only wanted to teach him enough of a lesson so he'd leave me alone, but... It wasn't then that the younger student who tried to save her came to mind. I think the students deserve a much better student council president than him. She then let out a titter that was most refined. As Ren expected, the allegations led Ronald's father to resign from Parliament while he resigned from Aramis Academy. The group of students who exerted power over the student body with his backing vanished overnight as a result, bidding peace to return to the grounds for the first time in too long. One thing, however, came about from this that Ren had not expected in the least. Here are all the documents relating to the next month's budget. The student council's new president accepted the documents from the blonde-haired first year in charge of general affairs, perusing them straight away. After Ronald dashed from the auditorium and the day of the election, most of those in his group who put down their name dropped out in timely fashion. Voting still took place even then, but once all was said and done, nearly 70% of the votes cast were disqualified. This was because they were all in favor of someone who never had put her name on the ballot, Ren Bright. Aramis Academy was not known for how little its staff interfered with the many liberties it gave its students, but this time the staff was clearly concerned that dissatisfaction with Ronald was going to present dire problems in the future. The teachers then chose to directly negotiate with Ren, and in the face of such fervent demand, she reluctantly accepted the position of student council president. None of her duties posed a challenge to her, but by accepting it, she had completely and utterly failed her initial goal of avoiding attention. I wonder if this is how the Thor's Branch campus first student council president felt when she was elected. Even I couldn't believe it when Tita told me. Alright. It is what it is, I suppose. I'll just have to make use of this as best as I can. Very distinctive silhouettes. Okay. Sunlight beamed into the student council room. The blonde-haired girl and two of her friends struggled with the new workload they were adjusting to. As Ren sat there, ears open to random talk and the occasional grumble, a thought crossed her mind. She had no end of real-world worries. The problems arising from rapid technological development, the society's next move, the ominous winds of change blustering over Calvard. But despite all those, she wanted to enjoy her simple time here while she could. What say we get this work done so we can celebrate with a tea party, The arrival of spring was now a distant memory, even if summer had yet to come. There was nothing particularly spectacular about this time. It was just another ordinary, beautiful, bright afternoon. Alright. An unconventional student, the end. Alright, so... Yup, that's the second string. Oh, what the fuck? This expanded all of a sudden. Forward, sword in hand. Okay, so Ren is definitely playing a role in the Kuro games. That blonde hair has to be the girl that is one of the main protagonists of at least the first Kuro game. I have no idea how they persist later on. But okay. Obviously Reen is not gonna be a protagonist there, but that silver-haired chick that is using another form of the... that is pretty much another divine blade, essentially. Okay, so who's this? The third string of fate, huh? Okay, we're going back in time now. September, year 1207 of the Septine calendar. Okay, definitely a protagonist. I think I've seen a picture of her. I cannot accept. I was not one to mince words. The hulking bear of a veteran bracer, Zin? Vathek? The hulking bear of a veteran bracer, Zin Vathek, could not hide his... Oh, that's Zin speaking. Could not hide his disappointment, puffing out his bottom lip with a sigh as he stood before me. Not again, you gotta resign yourself to the inevitable one of these days. I had been indebted to this man, who was as capable as he was kind, since my first days in the guild. Oh, a bracer? Okay. Truly, I didn't wish to be a source of vexation for him, but the wish alone was not enough. I have neither the experience nor skill to be worthy of A rank, so I cannot accept your recommendation. Bracers are assigned ranks based on their strength and achievements, with A rank being the highest, on paper at least. Its members are the very face of its beloved organization, and as such, ranks are a metaphorical badge of honor to be worn with pride. Oh yeah, they were mentioning someone who's gonna beat Sarah's rise through the bracer ranks with her age. Okay, that's her then. So how had I received multiple recommendations for the most prestigious rank in 6 months? I spared no effort in working to hone my craft in the years I joined after school, and certainly I wouldn't classify myself as a dew-eyed newcomer, but have my name among the greats of the guild? Absolutely not. But after turning down my first recommendation, a second one had come from the guild's headquarters in Le Mans. If you ask me, you got both in spades. There's something else making you lead toward a no? Zin's awkward smile told me he had been pressured by headquarters to persuade me. I folded my arms. Setting aside whether you're overestimating me or not, which I believe you are, there is. I would very much like to not stand out any more than I already do. I've been getting offers to be a model, to star in films. It's been frankly exhausting forcing them to give up. Now, what do you think would happen if I were to accept a promotion? I'll be neck deep in the same mess all over again. Okay, that makes sense, but sorry, you're a 1-2 punch in the beauty and bronze department. Trying to lay low is a lost cause. With the kind of fans you're getting, maybe you should consider the silver screen after all. Who knows? You might walk away with an award from the film festival. Zin's laugh was hearty in contrast to my unamused frown. Much as I respected him, he could do with showing a little more decorum. That's not funny. I understand being in the public eye to some extent is inevitable, and I've accepted it, but I'm a bracer, not an entertainer. I wasn't trying to be funny though. You're gonna find a way to let off some steam, or you're gonna break when we need you put together the most. Happens to the workaholics like you more often than you think. I didn't think I was pushing myself as much as he implied, but I also couldn't deny there was a nugget of truth to what he said. We were getting off topic. Just why is headquarters so desperate for me to become an A-rank bracer? I can't see the logic behind it. Well, you see. Starting with what you know, the reparations from Erebonia have beefed up our economy this year. So all kinds of new investments are pouring in from across the continent. Now, I'm no economist, but people go where the money's at. And where people go, conflict follows. That's just how it is. I saw where he was going from there. Election to expand upon the rest myself. So now we have disputes between megacorporations and a stark increase in Jaeger activity. These are in addition to the unknown growth and private military companies and increased tensions between mafias. You got it. You think it's bad now? It's only gonna get more worse from here. That's why Le Mans wants to up security here while promoting our rising star. You! They see it as a good PR for the guild and the deterrent to any potential threats that are thinking about stepping out of line. Perhaps I was more vaguely aware of their goal in using me than I wanted to admit. This didn't make hearing the answer any more satisfying. If they have you asking me to play my part, then surely they have asked you to play your part already. You become recommended for S rank, haven't you? Ooh. If you know of a better deterrent than having an S rank in Calvert, then I'd like to hear it. Zins scritched? Scratched? Scratched, I guess. Scritched? What? Zin scratched the back of his head awkwardly upon my statement. I just don't think I'm up there with someone like Cassius Bright. S isn't even an official rank, and even if it was, just look at me. You think a guy like me is a picture-perfect advertisement for the guild? I think you have the skills, achievements, and built to be one, yes. Is it? Okay. A curt, quick response. Alright. Point made. I can't force you to take the recommendation, and I'm not about to be a hypocrite. Just let me know if you change your mind, okay? With that, the conversation came to an end, and the guild's bracers gathered to begin our routine meeting of delegation and open requests. This is how I prefer things. It was better to stay like this. Whoa. There was a point when I wanted to be something more. I can no longer remember when that was. Sometime during my childhood it happened, I'm sure. I just recall realizing how small the world truly was. So I prayed and longed to become someone I was not. It was around high school when I thought I became that someone. Those years were unforgettable. I'll never forget the unexpected reunion that was had there, nor the priceless treasure I had gained. I truly thought I'd gotten closer to who I wanted to be. But in the end, it was just wishful thinking. My hand, once held, was now empty, and I was still a nobody. But I refused to stand still. I grew unrelenting in following the new path I chose for myself, ignoring my family's objections. My motivations had changed, however. I no longer possessed the girlhood desire of becoming something more. Of becoming someone. I just needed to keep moving, however aimless that movement was. Well, aren't we looking gorgeous today? With a whimsical wink, a familiar bartender welcomed me to his establishment. He was a tall, affable man who lived by his own rules and never hesitated to lend a helping hand to others. He reminded me much of the Crossbow City branch's receptionist from the few times I visited for work. Okay. The place was nearly empty today. I sat down on the counter seat farthest from the door as he approached. The usual, sweetheart. I stopped by here after a hard day's work on occasion, and whenever I did, I always ordered coffee and a light snack. This was not a coffee and snack kind of day. I want something with alcohol, even beer will do. Not at all fazed by the vagueness of my order, he walked away and started preparing my drink. It wasn't long before he returned with It wasn't long before he returned and placed an elegant glass in front of me. I think this is a little more you than a beer. It was a beautiful cocktail composed of two colors, a clear blue like that of a priceless sapphire, and a calming jade. No doubt he could tell how disquieted my heart was and was trying to soothe it in his own way. I thanked him inwardly before daring to broach my other reason for coming. Haven't you learned anything more about what I asked? Apart from being a skilled bartender, he was also a well-known informant. He was extremely well connected to the guild, to the press, and even the criminal underworld, but he was very careful never to overstep his bounds with that last one. Indeed, I found him to be a valuable source when needed. I wish I could say yes, but not even Dingo has any promising leads. Still, I think you've got your eyes on the right district. It's only a matter of time before they get smoked out. I see. Since the guild's investigation turned up nothing, I was hoping he would better point me in the right direction, but it seemed this was going to be a lot harder than I hoped for. Things will work out, just pace yourself and keep at it a little bit at a time. That also applies to that cocktail. It's a strong one, so don't drink it all at once. I tilted the glass delicately between my fingers as he stepped away. My mind continued to wade through the case I was following. There had been a stark increase in illegal drugs on the market. Not just any drugs either, but ones of the highly addictive, dangerous variety. Hey, you, who effectively ruled over a criminal underworld in Calvert, ordinarily limited their proliferation in the market as part of their rules. Limiting the number of drugs was, of course, far from the ideal elimination of them, but none could deny that the syndicate's actions had brought some semblance of order to where chaos often reigned supreme. Yet the past few years had seen a varying number of criminal groups rebelling against these carefully curated rules. One of these groups was surely behind the change in the market. And all of this held a presumed connection to two missing people. The guild and police had been tasked with searching for two children below the age of 10, a boy and his younger sister. They simply left the house one day and had not been seen since. Evidence suggests they came from a perfectly ordinary family, on good terms with one another, so the likelihood of them running away was slim. We mulled over the suspicion that they had been abducted for ransom early on, but not a single demand was made following their disappearance, so it was quickly ruled out. Despite a healthy amount of manpower that was coming from both sides, neither the guild nor the police had yet to find them. That said, the search so far had not proven entirely fruitless. The last known location was fortunately established, and this was unfortunately a popular site for illicit drug trade. The working theory from there became that the siblings witnessed a transaction and were held captive 12-hour stream. No. Captive by the criminal parties involved as a result. If that held true, then the longer it took our parties to find them, the greater the danger their lives were in. Their abductors wouldn't do anything right away. Murder was sure to leave trace evidence behind. It was only a matter of time before they resorted to that, or trafficking abroad to be rid of them. With each passing second, the odds of the children being returned unharmed were dropping to zero. At the same time, all of this was pure speculation on our part based on a single established location. For all we knew, this had nothing to do with the criminal underworld at all. It will definitely be half of it, that's for sure. I was not expecting this last little bit to be this fucking long. I expected a small teaser for the Calvert story, not a book. The potential dangers thrown around made in action and agonizing tasks, but if there was no evidence to go on, action was impossible. We could forcibly arrest any suspicious people on site and make them talk should we wish it. Yeah, good times, right? Could possibly arrest any suspicious people on site and make them talk should we wish it, but that would be a direct violation of the guild's code and its founding principles. The Bracer Guild always sought to be an ally of the people first and foremost, so resorting to criminal acts to obtain evidence was out of the question. If only strict adherence to our code didn't stop us from being able to resolve so many crimes, thereby putting the people we swore to protect in danger, it was the ultimate impasse. As I found myself pondering on this impossible dilemma, the Bracers had placed themselves in a familiar face to mind. He was a childhood friend with blue-tinged, unkempt hair. I know who she's talking about. I can't remember his name though. It is one of the protagonists. He I think, is the main protagonist of the Kuro games. Though we had lost contact with one another some years before, he one day returned to the city and suddenly as he had left it, soon after starting up a peculiar profession that skirted the line of legality to a dangerous degree. Yup. This is teasing not just her as a protagonist, but also the actual main protagonist. The kind of profession that could easily involve himself in the affairs of many an unscrupulous individual, or so I believed. Just what did that idiot think he was doing? He walked out of my life without warning and walked back in much the same. The music is fading out. I'd spent so much time searching for him. I knew our reunion would be an awkward one based on how we parted, but for him to return after all that waiting, all that searching, and dive into some questionable enterprise so different from my own was almost too much to bear. I'd given rise to many concerns as a bracer, and many more concerns as a friend. And the one that bothered me the most was... That's a familiar tune. Why hadn't he come to see me? Didn't he have any idea how worried I was about him? How worried I am about him? Irritation building, I took a large gulp of my cocktail, but then alcohol only fanned the fumes of anger burning in my heart. They burned brighter and brighter still, becoming a dazzling white that projected countless transient images of the past. Then just as quickly as it had flared, my anger faded in an instant, replacing itself with a very different emotion altogether. Why did you leave me? The words slipped from my mouth without me realizing it, making me feel downright pitiful once they were said. If someone were to see me in this state... You still haven't moved on, I see. A familiar but unexpected voice called out to me, causing me to jump slightly from surprise. I quickly regained my composure. I just have a few choice words I'd like to say. My response feigned calmness as best as I could. I couldn't help but think I had more than a few choice words, really, but following up with that would aid my annoyance in a way I would rather not further. I imagine you have more than a few. Right, of course he would see right through me. The bespectacled man then sat down next to me, as though our running into each other was no coincidence. He was another childhood friend of both myself and the man I was lamenting over, and someone who followed a remarkably different career path from either one of us. If it's still bothering you that much, why not just go and see him? You already have his address by now, surely. How could I with how much time has passed? As I mumbled my response meekly, I thought I could hear the man next to me chuckle. Well, I suppose there is no need to rush things. With your lines of work, I'm sure your paths will cross naturally enough in due time. I didn't expect that kind of response. You make it sound so romantic. Lest you have forgotten, I don't struggle with expressing what's in my heart the way he does. Now, since we're here, how about a toast? I'll, make your next one a non-alcoholic. And lest you have forgotten, I can handle my liquor just fine. Thank you very much. We then spent the rest of our time reminiscing about the past. It had been too long since we were able to just sit and talk like this. It wasn't that he and I had become estranged, but both of our jobs made it a trying task to meet, even at the best of times. By the way, I've heard word you turned down becoming an A-rank bracer again. Of course, that wouldn't escape the CID's ears. Oh, this guy's working for the CID, okay. The information itself wasn't confidential, but that he already knew something, however unofficial it was entirely typical of him. The Bracer Guild focused on protecting civilians, while the CID focused solely on the needs of the president in office. The groups were neither enemies nor allies. They simply have very different goals where work was concerned. No, it isn't my place to tell you to accept the offer. However, he paused before resuming, his tone becoming markedly more serious. The times we live in demand a new hero. That much is clear. I had no idea what a realist like him was trying to say by implying I was a hero. But before I could inquire further, he changed to the subject subject that was likely what brought him to find me in the first place. Now, if you don't mind, I have something that will be of interest to you regarding those missing children. My eyes widened from the unexpected change. He continued. We've identified a group that made that district their turf, as well as have compelling evidence of a crime taking place. You may proceed as you like in cooperation with the police. I couldn't believe it. On a fine silver platter, he had given me just cause to act, and since the information came from the CID, there was no reason to doubt its veracity. I felt it. I was on the verge of rekindling my girlhood desires. All I had done till now was follow life where it was taking me, and yet here I found myself before a new path that could lead to that someone I once wanted to be. This deviation terrified me. What if it led me to losing someone again? What if it ended in more pain? My fear begged me to stay idle. I was a fragile human being at my core. I knew it well. It made me wish I was anything but. It inspired me to take up the sword and rebel against any whispers of weakness, and I played the part admirably on the surface. But if I were forced to face cruel reality in the future, I wondered, would my heart be able to take it?
Oh. Okay, that's regular music. Battle music, that is. Or tense music.
As I sidestepped to the left, I shifted my center of gravity and unleashed a flurry of slashes against my first foe, using that momentum to thrust both myself and my blade toward my second. Two low-ranking mobsters fell to the ground. They were members of a mafia I had been chasing, and right now I was in the thick of their den of operations. My friend gave me the guide. My friend gave the guild and police the excuse we needed to take a more direct stance against our targets. His information was vague, however, so we still had to discern their precise location on our own. I, Zin, and several other bracers agreed it would be best to split our forces and attack several locations in unison for this part of our mission. Based on what just transpired, it appeared my location was the lucky winner.
There's the intruder! Hey, I've seen her before, she's from the paper!
2 more reinforcements arrived, but I was hardly going to give them time to act. I raced forward, swinging my sword twice as I passed them, and they fell before they could even raise their weapons. I advanced. Mobsters appeared in droves. Presumably, word of my arrival had already spread.
There she is! She's that bracer word's been going around about. Well, damn it. If the immovable's here too... What if the immovable's here too? Don't be chicken shit. It's one woman. We can take her... we can take care of her.
Then they charged me in a mass. At least 10 of them with more reinforcements on their way from farther inside the building, forcing my way through with how many they had in their number was risky. I knew the sensible thing to do would be to wait for the other bracers to show, but I also had to consider, what if my waiting afforded the Mafia the time to wield the children as hostages? Weighing the 2 options, I concluded that whatever reduced the chances of that happening was worth the cost. I needed to push on and settle this now. Besides, I believe I had nothing to fear from this pitiful group, as they were. Were they seasoned combat veterans, they could have used their numerical advantage to implement complex formations and corner me, but they did no such thing. The amateurs. And they dared to believe they held a candle to Heiyui's martial arts. In the face of one of my experience, their bloated size was more of a hindrance than a help. They wouldn't be able to utilize even half of their potential against me. I first had to position myself and then appropriately. If I could ensure the gun-toting builders among them were in each other's line of fire while rounding up close-range fighters to a single spot, they would soon have bigger worries, friendly fire. Their vulnerabilities would then spell my victory as I cut them down. 1 down, 2 down. The precious seconds after defeating a foe were the most advantageous. Just as a man had fallen, I was on to another before they had time to adjust to my incoming blade. There was no pattern to whom was next by design. I chose my targets with stunning erraticism, throwing them into complete disarray as more collapsed to the ground. 3 down, 4. I would go around them in a wide circle. I would move between them, while remaining ever aware of any surprise assault at my back. I waded through them till I encountered the ones furthest back. These ones never even considered I would be able to reach them. They were spread so carelessly. The men took up their guns with their newly alert panics thrown across their faces, but their fate was already sealed. They were powerless as I closed the gap between us. 5, 6, 7. With over half their number down, the remaining mobsters were quickly losing their will to counter. Some attacked out of adrenaline-induced desperation, calculating their next move so poorly that they fell into my long-set trap and accidentally attacked themselves. At this point, the battle was as good as final. All I had to do now was continue taking them down till I was the last one standing. There were smaller groups I encountered on my way through the building, but I was able to disable them with little effort. The path they opened up for me eventually led me to their leader. He was a middle-aged fellow, pacing restlessly around an unpleasantly gaudy room until I entered. He twitched in fear upon the very sight of me.
What? Why are you here? Where are my men?
Kissing the floors. I answered so calmly and consciously that he balked in disbelief.
That's impossible. I sweat my balls off to build this group from the ground up. And you're saying a girl like you tore it all down just like that?
I ignored his crude language and drew closer. As I thrust my sword till it sat just between his eyes, he let out a squeal. Well, I'm no ordinary girl. I'm a bracer. And don't worry, I didn't kill them. They have only been knocked out or restrained. You'll be seeing them soon again, in prison. I shot a darkened glare in his direction as the tip of my sword wandered downward to his neck. Now I have some questions for you, and you will answer them.
The man nodded emphatically,
his whole body trembling from fear. 2 children, a boy and a girl under 10 years old, disappeared last month. Your people abducted them, didn't they?
He nodded.
I knew it. Then where are they? What did you do to them?
They're in a room further inside. They're alive.
At least I could breathe in a sigh of relief. My most fundamental objective when coming here could be fulfilled. Next I need to ask him more about his group. I thought you all seemed far too weak to be charge of this district of the city. But after coming across your account book, everything fell into place. You're working on behalf of someone else, aren't you? He was unsure of how to respond, that he fell completely silent. But that alone gave me my answer. Who is it then? Tell me. Is it A?
I can't.
He flinched in fear as I pressed him, resisting as though he genuinely couldn't say. Then, just as he opened his trembling lips to speak, I heard a strange thudding sound from outside the room. I stepped away from the man, my sword still firmly in hand. Crunching, squelching, splattering. More sounds, these more audible than the first. I didn't know what to make of them, but they made me feel an instinctive revulsion as they dragged on. They may have come accompanied by faint groans, but if they did, they faded just as soon as the sounds themselves. I remained on guard as I stepped out into the hallway, ready to be attacked from any angle at any moment. And a sight that greeted me defied all imagination. The mobsters I fought through mere minutes before were now nothing more than distorted, mutilated piles of flesh and bone. Not just one or two, every single one of them without exception had been reduced to bloodied mounds.
Whoa.
Some were without heads.
But Jesus.
Others had their organs ripped from their abdomens.
The fuck?
Then there were those with their skulls caved in and leaking pulverized brain matter, or the ones with their hearts pulled out and squeezed.
The fuck?
Each corpse was different. Each corpse was unbearable to look at. The plain hallway I traversed with all due speed was now covered in a sticky, slimy red. Who could have done something like this? The sight was so awful that my free hand, now clenched, shook from disgust. When was it ever necessary to go this far? What could anyone have to gain from this? Wait, no. I realized I had just made a very careless mistake. I turned and hurried back into the room I was just in. I was too late. The Mafia's leader was floating in the air at the center of the room, as though some unknown force was holding him up by his chest. A monstrous sword pierced through his chest. A single streak of blood reeked from his unspeaking mouth. There was no room to believe he was anything but dead. Like all the others in the hallway, he didn't even have time to scream before his life was taken. Who are you? I barked at the center of the room, trying to drown out my instinctive fear with anger. At a glance, only the corpse and I were present, but if I strained my eyes, I could also see the faint counters of another distorting the space around them. It must have been some form of active camouflage. I would have thought it a basic courtesy to give your name before asking another's. Charming ace of the Bracer Guild. Oh, that was a different person. Okay. It was a man's voice that projected true arrogance, as though he were above all others as a matter of course. I instinctively readied myself for battle in response, but my actions seemed not to faze him in the slightest. No need to be so spoiled for a fight. I'm simply here to take out the trash after they were careless enough to leave a trail for the CID to follow. Was I really talking to a fellow human being? How could he speak of such gruesome murders in those terms? Are you a business partner of theirs? No, you must be from the group above them. Very good. He then swung his blade to slide and toss the corpse off to the side with all the respect of a used cigarette. How could you treat people you worked with like this? People? Have you ears? Have you your ears? I said nothing about taking out a person, only trash. The same applies to the garbage piling up in the hallway. They have always been so, even before they stopped breathing. It was clear that communicating with someone of his nature was impossible. I dismissed calm reason for an intense, all-consuming anger so great that my entire body couldn't stop trembling. You monster! Before I knew it, I had sprung into action, pounding every drop of my strength into my blade, and launched a swift, unavoidable strike. But he repelled it with one vertical swing of his own. This one exchange was enough to tell me that his strength was well a league above mine. He parried my blow at a most perfect instant, cancelling out the force of my attack with so little effort that it barely scratched the surface of what he was capable of. The active camouflage did nothing to hide the monstrous nature of his cruciform sword either. Its design combined silver and black in an unholy fusion of darkness and light, as if chaos itself dwelt within its very blade. It was no common weapon. Even if I continued to give it my all, my odds of winning against him were extremely slim. But at the same time, my instincts were screaming at me that I could not allow him to leave. I charged again. If attacking him from the front wasn't going to work, then I would have to go for his side. Okay. Mosquito. He blocked that attack with just as little effort. But I wasn't done yet. I refused to stop moving, slashing a third time with even more speed than the first two. I showered in a flurry of them, each one faster than the last. When I finally reached my physical limit, I darted in a new direction, attacking him from behind. I put my very soul into one overwhelming attack, aimed directly at his rear, which I could only just make out through the camouflage's distortion. I got him. However, the second I became sure that victory was within my grasp, his cruciform blade carved a great arc through the air in a ferocious spinning slash. I was able to instantly defend myself against the blow, but the force of it sent me flying backward. I was fortunate enough to not have sustained a direct hit, but my body shook from now being able to fully cancel out his massive weight. Still, I forced myself back to my feet and glared at his form. The difference between us was night and day. It felt as though he could manipulate the very flow of battle, much like a master of martial arts who understood the true nature of all things. He paid no mind to my pitiful attempt at bravado and gave a short laugh before speaking. Impressive. You put up more of a fight than the rumors had led me to believe.
What's your goal? What are you trying to do with all your strength? I expected him to reject or ignore me, so I was taken aback when he paused for a sincere moment of thought before answering.
An interesting question. I suppose to instill fear.
Fear? I almost stopped my ears.
Fear is at the heart of all we know. Domination and servitude, order, harmony, and production. All of it exists because of fear. This is why I seek to instill fear in its purest form, much like the retributive tower that appeared in Crossbell half a year ago. Such a pity that it fell.
There was such pleasure in his words that it made it easy to imagine the expression on his veiled face. As insane as what he was saying sounded to me, I knew he meant every word of it. You really are a monster.
Huh. Continue your fruitless attempts to stop me, and you'll understand what I mean in due time.
He lowered his blade.
As a parting gift for assisting me in my house cleaning efforts, I will let you and those children go. Keep that far too pristine blade sharp for our next meeting, Bracer.
With that, he turned to leave. But wait! Just as I extended my hand, the ground below him emitted a bright glow, and by the time that glow had faded, he was gone. He had likely used the same teleportation spell that certain other criminal organizations were known to rely on. His departure also released all the strength I had left in me. Not from relief, but from the exact opposite. I was so overwhelmed with frustration that I let him leave, so afraid of what he might go on to do because I couldn't stop him, that I lost the strength to even stand. Of course, this is just who I've always been. I haven't changed one bit since the day you left me. I'm still the same powerless girl I was back then. My work here wasn't finished yet. I walked to the next room. I opened the door and was greeted by what appeared to be an old storage space. There, across the hall, I found who I was searching for. The brother and sister pair were crouched against the wall, the boy trembling on the floor as his sister stood close by. It's okay, I'm here to help you. I kept my tone as gentle and reassuring as I was able. The girl smiled, while the older brother continued to hide his face. I slowly walked towards them, careful not to make any sudden movements. But as I did, the boy shook his head vigorously. His whole body trembled more the closer I got, as though he were telling me to stay away. The answer from that man flashed in my mind. Fear is at the heart of all we know. These poor children were very much in fear's clutches. No matter how gradual I was in closing the distance between myself and the boy, trying my best not to provoke him, his body language showed he continued to reject me. We were now within arm's length of one another. His shaking grew more violent, and though he opened his mouth to speak, his voice refused to come out. It's all right. I smiled a most comforting smile. After that, I reached out behind me and grasped the blade of the knife that was being thrusted towards me. I turned swiftly, my fingers never letting go, and found the one gripping the hilt to be none other than the sister. She had tiptoed around my back while I was kneeling to meet her brother and tried to stab me from behind. She was a bit startled by my halting her attack, but otherwise she stared blankly forward, emotion on her face nowhere to be seen. I suppose he was right about fear. It controls everything we do. You must have been through something terrifying if it made you resort to this. No doubt they were now conditioned by fear to attack anyone who came to their rescue. I paid no mind to the blood from my bare hand slowly dripping to the floor.
The cut from the knife was nothing compared to everything else in the moment. My first priority instead was to reassure the girl that I meant no harm. But we humans are capable of more than giving in to that fear. We can fight it with courage. We can fight it. Your brother was doing just that now. He may have been gripped by fear, but he still fought his hardest through his actions to alert me of the danger his sister posed. Even if it took all he had, he wanted to keep me safe and to keep her from committing an irreversible, regrettable act. It was thanks to him that I noticed what she was trying to do. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm a bracer. I keep you safe. I took the girl into my arms. You're a bracer? Even her voice was devoid of emotion. That's right. I'm here to help you. Oh, I think I've seen you in a magazine before. Something... Blade, I think. That's right. The nickname is a little embarrassing, but I'd be happy if you remembered it. That way, as long as you hear it, you'll know I'm here to keep you out of harm's way. I tightened my grip around her as if to stop anything more from hurting her, and surrounded her heart with my warmth. It really be okay. It really will be okay, I promise. I noticed her eyes twitch just slightly, and before long, her eyes filled with tears. Soon she began to sniffle, at first a small one, here and there, till they gradually grew more pronounced, eventually turning into uncontrollable sobs. She had finally been liberated from her fear.
Oh my god, I know this song. Sax. Hey! Oh my god, I listened to this song. I didn't know where it was from. Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
As for me, I had stayed my course. I was too afraid to deviate from my current path. Still, I had chosen this path with pride in my heart. I didn't think it right to turn my back on it now. But I wasn't going to let it be an aimless journey from now on either. And so... it was another day in the Edith branch of Calvert's Guild.
It sounds like that Mafia was trying to copy what that other organization of assassins managed to pull off.
I was discussing the recent case with Zin. The siblings had indeed been abducted because they witnessed the illegal transaction. The Mafia involved then thought to mimic a group of assassins known for raising children with the intent of turning them into professional killers.
Wow. Their attempts thankfully proved as unsuccessful as their attempts to remain covert in selling drugs. The CID found them, and whoever they were working for purged them. Hell of a way to go. If I hadn't been so incompetent, maybe they wouldn't have been purged at all. Don't beat yourself up about it. The guild's priority is to keep civilians safe, not criminals. I don't wanna say they deserve it for getting involved in organized crime, but it is what it is. Try putting that frustration you're feeling into more personal growth instead of letting it eat you alive.
I was told that while the siblings were going to need psychological counseling for some time, they were fully expected to recover and go back to their everyday lives. My meeting with them had triggered something inside of me. I came to realize that something needed to change. I had to take some kind of step forward. Even if it ended in me falling to the floor in some dramatic fashion, I just needed to pick myself back up again. With that in mind, I accepted my multiple recommendations.
And I know how much this is building her up. She is one of the main protagonists, from what I remember, but
That is our guy. That is the main protagonist, right there. The times we live in demand a new hero. Doing so made me think of what my childhood friends said to me. I didn't believe I had what it took to be a hero. But if I could be even just a brief one able to give the people hope and banish the darkness ahead. Oh, and the 3 paths. The streaks. Then, that was reason enough to keep going. Maybe that could make me somebody enough to fight alongside the real hero once they came to light. Well, shall we get down to business? Oh. Zin turned to face me, his classic broad grin ever broader than usual. It'll be a while longer before the official paperwork arrives from headquarters, but I'm sure they won't mind me speeding up this part of the process with how much they wanted this. The Republic now has a bracer who reached A rank at the same age as the Empire's Purple Lightning. Congratulations on your promotion, Elaine O'Clair. Beauty's Blade. That's a title. And fitting. Beauty's Blade. Huh. Forward sword in hand. The end. And that's the third one. That's the 3 strings of fate. Reaching into the future. Oh boy. Oh shit. Oh, sneaky. That was what the cover of the fucking game was about? Suspension of causality recording engine activity confirmed. Force connection to Astrolink severed. Oof. The whirlpool of causality engulfing Erebos and the fated land has at last been unraveled. Though the bell ringing in the end of days is yet to be silenced. You, children of Zemuria, have earned your moment of peace until the time comes to face the final hour. Thank you, Grandmaster. Until you, with hope and fear in your hearts, must walk new trails. Ha! Poetic. And that is it. That was the last one.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
The 3 threads leading into the future. Potentially observed and weaved by the goddamn Grandmaster. Ooh. Her image appearing there actually sent shivers down my spine. That actually being the cover art for the fucking goddamn game. And yes, I did it. It's done. What's the final count on the hours? 130 something, yes? Oh, 129 and a half hours. Let me save. You are getting a fresh save, you asshole. Alright. The only thing left in this game are the goddamn minigames and maybe I'll do them? Maybe. I'll see about that. But that's enough. This has gone for way longer than I expected. I did not think that this last thing is gonna be like 2 hours by itself. Holy shit. Those last 3 stories were long. My god. But, sneaky. Very, very sneaky with teasing shit. Characters, locations, and a lot of other things. But anyway, god. I'm done. Done for today. This is enough. It's time to stop! Finally. But yeah. Anyway, yup, indeed. Good night. Good night, friend, and thanks for watching. I'll be back on Friday and the weekend with Armored Core. That also needs to continue and also needs to be finished off. But yeah. Good night. Thanks for watching.